contributing meaningfully to the global scholarship, and also how global scholarship is applied in industry and in other sectors. As scholars, we recognize that our responsibility extends beyond producing graduates, producing publications. It includes developing solutions, fostering innovation, empowering young academics, our students, communities, societies, companies, as well as governments to shape their own futures and to co-construct life-affirming futures that draw on scientific knowledge in the solutions that are enduring and not necessarily that are short-term. The symposium, therefore, of the conference, represents us with opportunities to reflect critically on the progress we have made, because the request for us as a university to have the catalytic niche areas was approved by Council and Senate in 2021, just a year after I had joined the university. And therefore, as we reflect 5 years later, we should be looking how the catalytic niche areas enabled us to pivot strong partnerships with our societies, teaching and learning, research, engaged scholarship, innovation, but also how has it enabled us to produce products, processes, systems that have the potential to have intellectual property that enable sustainability, economic opportunities, and more. Ladies and gentlemen, as we meet today following robust discussions and engagements yesterday, I hope that we will be able to continue addressing unprecedented grand challenges of our times: climate instability, technological disruptions, persistent inequality, changing labor markets, global health challenges, energy transitions, shifting geopolitical realities, which require new ways of thinking, new forms of knowledges, new forms of collaborations, but also that idea where the social sciences, the humanities, and the natural sciences engage in a dialogical or multi or pluriversal discourse that enable strong as well as structural and systemic solutions for our society. Oftentimes in universities, we protect our disciplines and we do not want to have conversations with one another. And therefore, it is important for us to ensure that we see evidence of growing culture of multidisciplinarity or interdisciplinary scholarship, that researchers working across, that we encourage our researchers to work across the transdisciplinary or the disciplinary boundaries, that we develop partnerships, local, international, with other universities, science councils, industry partners, but also with other disciplines, including with government and communities. Most importantly, we should see research ecosystem and innovation that is increasingly oriented towards impact and radical impact, so that the relevancy of universities is not undermined. As it is, universities need to reaffirm why they exist. Artificial intelligence has made the domain of our work to be a contested terrain. Industries are creating academies that are competing with universities, and therefore, if you're an academic and think knowledge is your domain alone, this has become a contested terrain. And therefore, we consistently need as universities to ensure that we strengthen the validity, the relevancy, the impact of knowledge, especially knowledge within university system, understanding that universities have always been sites of elite enterprises, not of transformation that we call on. And therefore, as we transform ourselves to addressing and navigating the complex developmental challenges alongside unprecedented opportunities, we must ensure that we're called upon to shape thought leadership, influence public discourse, contribute to creation of sustainable futures. The knowledge we generate must be informed by our African realities, grounded by our experiences, even as we converge, communicate, collaborate with others in other geographic horizons. As we recognize that the future of impactful research depends on meaningful partnership, we urge ourselves as the university, but as academics, to ensure that we partner constructively with experts in different areas, whether public, private, or civil society sectors, so that our presence, but also what we produce, is not museumized, archived, but becomes meaning-making for our society and for policy. Finally, colleagues, I'm very appreciative that the university has also made strides, not only in the qualifications, as well as in the sciences, research, publications, and products, or even IPs and disclosures around the catalytic niche areas. I'm very appreciative that as a university, we have invested in infrastructures that support the catalytic niche areas. We have commissioned a farm which is vibrant, robust, working, which is also productive, and is already the fruits of the farm for integrated work has become very important. Our students who used to struggle to finish their qualifications because they could not get real spaces in industry are now optimizing the farm as an important learning arena. We've also, if they've not shared it with you, you should ask for it. We also have enjoyed corn, honey, and they've sold soya. And they're already demonstrating that the farm cannot just be a site of learning, but it can also generate resources that can be invested in research. This is one area that we are quite appreciative. I always say, if you're about to get married in the African cultural context, we have the cows, we can sell them to you to go and get your lifelong partner. Colleagues, we are also appreciative that our plans for improving the infrastructure, including of our airport or airstrip, is already underway, and we're quite appreciative, having secured being the first university in the country and in the continent to owning our airstrip stroke airport, because that's the aspiration. We're quite appreciative because we're not just going to talk about engineering capacities in aviation, drone technologies, and aeronautics. We are having infrastructure that will aid that, including transport systems. Finally, I wish to state that over the 2 days that we have been engaging, we are hoping, as the management committee, as the statutory structures of the university, that we will think about how the University of South Africa becomes a convergent epistemic community that aids, enables, and supports industry, the government, as well as other sectors for transformation of our society, our continent. How we will embed ourselves in the National Development Plan, Agenda 2063, and the Sustainable Development Goals that the United Nations and many of our countries have adopted. Let me remind you that here in Tshwane, we host the second largest concentration of foreign embassies and diplomatic missions in the world. We are surpassed by Washington, D.C. The city is home to 130 diplomatic representations and international organizations serving as primary diplomatic and administrative hub of South Africa. This implies that our partnerships, including international partnerships, are not just starting when we take a flight to meet our contemporaries in the countries that they live in. We can leverage this international horizon that exists within us. Equally, the Tshwane region is one of the major automotive and automobile hub. It serves as a cornerstone of South Africa's automotive sector, housing assembly plants for major global manufacturers such as BMW, Iveco, Tata, and the newly established manufacturer Chery. The area is currently undergoing massive expansion to becoming Africa's largest automotive production city. If as Unisa, we are oblivious of these important geographic opportunities, then we will miss the imperative of influencing industry development and transformations, including work in a context where underemployment, unemployment are dire. The alignment of our university to the catalytic niche area is not just aspirational, it's necessary, it's fundamental, it aligns with these critical aspirations that the continent has. And as we conclude, I want to thank Professor Ngwetbe, who welcomed you yesterday, and the leadership team, the research team, Professor Labuschagne and team. I want to acknowledge from the Office of the Vice Chancellor the work that Professor Ambassador Jasper will be doing and continues to do to aid us with our international partners to promoting and catapulting the University of South Africa as well as the catalytic niche areas. Finally, I wish to remind you that in the last sitting of the United Nations localization of sustainable development goals, Unisa was the only university in the world that was invited to present its catalytic niche areas as the horizon and a pathway for localizing sustainable development goals and for ensuring that our engaged scholarship became the important imperative that aided for our invitation in that arena. If the UN recognizes the great work that engaged scholarship at Unisa is doing, its conversion point for rural arenas and urban arenas, for the global south and the global north, for scholars in the natural sciences and in the humanities, I think we should be appreciative as Unisa academicians, professionals, administrative staff, the leadership, and the statutory committees that the work that we are doing is beginning to show flowers, trees, and opportunities of pivoting our university, our country, our continent, and Africa's knowledges as important arena for shaping global knowledge. Welcome to Unisa. Welcome to the home of leaders. Welcome to the University Committee to Shaping Futures. Thank you. Enjoy the deliberations. And colleagues in Florida, I also wish you the same. May these deliberations result in the outcomes that will help our society to flourish. Thank you, colleagues. I wish you all the best, and we appreciate you at all times. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lenkabuga. Thanks for being here. Lenkabula? Lenkabuka? We'll just call you Professor L, then there's no difference between Labuschagne and Lenkabuka. La. Doesn't matter. La. So thank you for your words of encouragement, your words of welcome, reminding us that the transformative impact of research, innovation, and collaboration, that's why we're here. That's why we're having these conversations, and also celebrating and again reminding us of Unisa's commitment to finding solutions to the critical societal needs and challenges that we are faced with. So we're going to continue with our program. Of course, we now have our first keynote, followed by parallel sessions. Then we've got refreshments, another keynote, another parallel session, and we've got a brilliant day lined up for you. So I'm going to hand over to my colleague, at the Florida campus, Science Campus. Dr. Warren Hubert, please introduce our first keynote for today.
Thank you very much, Gillian. We are moving ahead with our program today, and also equally exciting to really have a fully packed program today. But before I introduce our first speaker, I'd just like to introduce, or at least declare my conflict of interest, in the sense that I have known our next speaker for a very long time. In fact, so much so that I was invited to her wedding in Limpopo province. Was my first time as a boykie from Cape Town entering the really far reaches of our country and being welcomed as, part of the family when I got there. So it's with that context that I basically introduce our next speaker, who's Dr. Nduvuo Luruli, who serves as the Chief Strategist in the Office of the CEO of the NRF, and has played a significant role in shaping strategic thinking around South Africa's research and innovation landscape. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Luruli to the stage.
Okay, good morning, colleagues. I am so glad that my brother Warren here did declare, because you know how it goes. They tell you must always rather just over-declare, right, instead of under-declaring. So we had to declare and share, just in case somebody saw us earlier and thought, did that hug between the program director and the keynote, was it just 3 seconds longer than it should have? So now you know that we really go back a long way. We've known each other for about 25 years now. Colleagues, it really is an honor and a privilege for me to be here. Let me start off by acknowledging the leadership of the University of South Africa, the Vice Chancellor, Prof. Linkabula, the DVC, the Executive Director for Research, really the entire executive, and all of you, of course, who showed up today to this exciting event. We don't take it for granted that you have invited the National Research Foundation to be a part of this important and exciting symposium. Our acting CEO, Dr. Angus Patterson, I bring greetings from him and also apologizes that he couldn't be here. He had wanted to be here, but of course he was pulled into another engagement. So we really are excited that you invited us here. So we were invited to come and share with you a bit about our NRF Vision 2030. And I thought, in line with the theme for the symposium, which also touches on impact, I'll also just share with you about a bit about our NRF impact framework, which I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with or are aware of at least, and also just how we see that shaping the future of research. So what I'm hoping that by the end of my talk or my presentation, in the next 25 minutes or so, we'll try and stick to time, that you would at least have a better understanding of what NRF Vision 2030 is all about, and also in terms of our impact framework. But hopefully that will also, all of us walk out of here with an appreciation of the fact that this vision is really, it's quite an ambitious and bold vision, and it's too big a vision for one entity such as the NRF alone. It really is the responsibility of all of us who are in the NSI space to work together into achieving this. So as introduced, I am Nduvuo Luruli. You can call me Ndi. I'm aware that my first name is a tongue twister, so you're welcome to just call me Ndi. And I represent the National Research Foundation. It will be remiss of me, colleagues, if I don't start off by congratulating you, also just aligning with what the VC was sharing, congratulating the University of South Africa, of course, for being the second highest producer of DHET accredited research outputs, right? That is quite something, and I, for one, am watching to see what happens, what that table will look like next year, VC and Prof. Les, no pressure, but it really is exciting to see. So I always like to start my presentations with just sharing the NRF mandate. And the reason why I do this is because most of the time the NRF is understood to be a funder. You hear the NRF is coming and yay, money is coming. But we, right, think, yeah, I need a grant. But I share this because we have a very big mandate, and of course the objective being to contribute to national development. But we are more than a funder, colleagues. So you would see there on your screen that the first one, of course, speaks to the provision of funding to promote research and human capacity development, right? So that's the funding that we provide. But we're also a research performer, by the way. We've got national facilities, which I will share with you. I will introduce those briefly. And the reason why I'm also excited to introduce those facilities that we have is because they pretty much cover all the 10 catalytic research areas that you have. You can locate yourself in any one of our national facilities. And we have in our national facilities, we've got academics who are affiliated with our national facilities and also affiliated with universities. So as I go through those examples, please identify where you would fit and reach out to us. So that's in terms of the second bullet there in our mandate, where we are responsible for developing, supporting, and maintaining the national research facilities. Then we also have a mandate to promoting public awareness and engagement with science. We do this through SASTA. SASTA is the South African Agency for Science and Technology Advancement. Yes, I got it right. It trips me up every time. So we have SASTA that initially SASTA for the longest time, they worked mostly with school learners to encourage their interest in science, but more and more we are working with universities, and some of you may in fact already be doing work with SASTA. And lastly, we are also responsible and have the mandate for promoting the development and maintenance of national system and support of government priorities. So from time to time, we will get a request or a directive, in fact, from our line department, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, to look into an area that's of priority. And linked to that, we're also responsible for advising the minister and the ministry and the department on a number of issues. So how do we express this mandate, this four-part mandate that I've spoken about? Well, we do it again in four ways. The first one is in terms of advancing knowledge. So this is where we provide support for research. We also provide funding for research equipment. Some of you will be familiar with the NEP program, National Equipment Program of the NRF, where you can apply for funding of up to, I think, 10 million is the cap for slightly larger equipment, but at the same time not as large as what we have in our national facilities. And also transforming lives through the provision of scholarships, postgraduate scholarships particularly, the support of emerging and early career researchers through your programs like Tutuka, BAP, NGAP, all the way to then the larger funding programs and initiatives such as the Sachi Chairs and the Centers of Excellence. We also aim to inspire a nation, as I mentioned, through the science awareness and engagement, education, communication. Again, this is where I said SASTA comes in. And lastly, the strengthening of the national system of innovation. And we do this, we don't do this one alone, we do this by building synergies with international and local partners and the provision of system-wide information and intelligence that we're continuously doing. Some of you, particularly colleagues who are in the research office, would know of the dashboards, for example, where you can go and get real-time information in terms of the support that you get from the NRF. So this is really just to show, I won't go into describing this diagram, but it's really just to show you what the human capital development pipeline looks like, right? As I said, starting with the support of as early as honor students, and we take them all the way through to the Sachi Chairs and innovation support that we are more and more going into. So the facilities that I've mentioned, but first of all, before I tell you what they are, just to say, how do we define a national facility? So for us, it's an institution that provides unique and substantial infrastructure. So this is infrastructure that would be too big for a single university, for example, to have on their own. So it really is large in scope. And the diagrams here, the two of them pretty much show you the same thing. But if you focus on the one that's a triangle, of course, at the center of the national facility is the research infrastructure that they are focusing on and providing. But we provide education, there's innovation that happens, and there's research. So if you look at all of those factors that are inside of the diagram, of the triangle, you would see that, in fact, it's pretty much like any other university department, if you want to see it that way. There's training of students that happens. We have technicians. We also are involved in innovation and spin-off creation from some of the work that we do. There's, as I said, there's postdocs, there's PhDs, there's master students. So think of it as almost like having a university department that's focusing on whatever area. So this is where the research performing aspect of our work comes in. The first facility that I'm introducing is the South African Astronomical Observatory, NRFSAO. I've got colleagues in the room who actually are from some of these national facility Duduzile from SAO. So SAO is in the discipline of optical and infrared astronomy. And what are we famous for in terms of SAO? One of the things is that we host the SALT telescope, the Southern African Large Telescope. On your right there, those dots that you see at the further north, is that north or south? Right at the top, that's the SALT, the big telescope there that you see. I don't have a pointer with me. And the other dots are other telescopes that belong, some of them belong to other universities, internationally or governments. So we've got agreements with for hosting those telescopes. So those who sort of own them or the co-hosts, then they come out to do some observation from. That is in Sutherland in the Northern Cape. And some of them, in fact, they can do observation remotely. We've got one called Lisedi that is autonomous. Our colleagues observe from Cape Town. So exciting things happening there. And then we've got Sarao, which is the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory. This is where we host half of the SKA, the Square Kilometer Array project, which, of course, is a focus of one of the catalytic niche areas, so I don't need to go too much into that. And this one is, the site is out in Carnarvon, also in the Northern Cape. Then we have Itemba Labs, Itemba Laboratory for Accelerator-Based Sciences. The core program director was in Pretoria, Dr. Gillian Arendse, is with Itemba Labs, and they are in the area of nuclear sciences, and they are the largest facility of its kind in the Southern Hemisphere. So in terms of nuclear sciences, that's what we have. The second last one is the South African Institute for Aquatic Biodiversity, NRF-SIAB. They are in freshwater and marine, so they're aquatic sciences, and they are located out in Makanda in the Eastern Cape. And it is really the leading aquatic biodiversity research institute that we have. And if you ever have an opportunity to visit, you really will be amazed just to see, just the collection alone of what they have. It's enough to it's amazing. Then the last one, we've got SCION, the South African Environmental Observatory Network. SCION is involved in long-term ecological monitoring and research. And they really are responsible for, as I said, the ecological monitoring. And they're located, so those that you see there is where we have got a presence through the work of SCION, pretty much covering most of the country. And I must say that, as I said, we've got colleagues who are here, but for SCION, we also have somebody who left the NRF for Unisa. We're not complaining, we're still in the same system. She continues to advance, but an amazing scientist, Professor to me, no longer Dr. Professor Mary Jane Hupape. So she used to be with SCION and still works with SCION, I believe, right? No, I beg your pardon. Okay. So that was in terms of the facilities that I thought it's important to introduce, given the reason why we're meeting, given the focus of the symposium. And as I said, colleagues, do feel free to reach out to myself. I'll introduce you to the colleagues that you need to engage with going forward. So moving on to the NRF Vision 2030. So the ambition and aspiration under Vision 2030 is really to conduct research for a better society. So the research that we conduct in our facility, the research that we fund, the aim is that we need to do all of that for a better society. And in terms of the mission, we want to enable and facilitate the contribution of scientific research and knowledge to national development, as I said when I introduced the NRF mandate. And we do this, everything that we do is grounded in all these 6 values that we'll see here. But what are we aiming to achieve in terms of the result? What do we want to see? Well, we want to move from a situation where we conduct research as an end, so we do research, we publish, it ends there. Or if we're like, we might file a patent again, it finds itself just being filed and nothing happening. We don't exploit those patents. But we want to move from that. Appreciating, of course, colleagues that they still need to do research for the sake of research, right? A lot of the fundamental research and a lot of the discoveries and innovations have come out of basic and fundamental research. So we appreciate that, we want that to still continue. But we also need to move to a position where we start thinking about moving beyond research as an end to where we want to conduct excellent research that has impact. The VC also spoke a lot about a number of times she mentioned the word impact and transformation in her address. So that's what we aim to see. But how do we position this as the NRF? So we want to be, of course, we consider ourselves a transformed and agile knowledge organization, but one with an unwavering commitment to these 4 aspects that you see here. So transformation being one of them. So we want transformation of the knowledge enterprise, right? Transformation, not just in terms of who's conducting research, who's involved in research, but also what kind of research are we conducting? Are we addressing national priorities? Those areas that the VC also mentioned, the areas that you're focusing on under your catalytic niche research areas. We want to enhance innovation within the NSI. We have proven as a country that we can publish, like we really can publish a lot, and we can publish in high impact journals and all of that. But we want to then start to move from just publishing and seeing a lot of innovation within the national system of innovation. We want to continue striving for excellence and international competitiveness. And we really are competitive. I mean, as somebody who has been involved in research management for a while and engaging with counterparts from many parts of the globe, I appreciate a lot the fact that we are competitive. We have got a lot of competitive research happening in our spaces. Sustainability is important to us, both of the knowledge enterprise and of the environment, of course, given the impacts of climate change and the likes. But we don't want to do all of this just for the sake of, we want to do this for impact, as I said, to align with our Vision 2030. So impact of the knowledge enterprise on society, the economy, and again, on the environment. There are a number of strategic levers that underpins and focus areas that underpin our Vision 2030. I know it's a lot of text, so I'm not going to go through everything there. You can just have a look and go through it quickly. But one that I want to focus on, the lever that I want to talk to, is the one about funding for impact. And the reason why I want to talk specifically to this is because colleagues would know, especially because every single one of the Unisa researchers have at some point applied for NRF funding, right? Just nod, even if you haven't, because they are watching, even in Pretoria, they're watching on the screen, and they're like, but you have a KPI to increase research income and bring money into the university, so how are you not applying for NRF funding? So you would be familiar with the fact that we recently reorganized some of our funding instruments, some of them name changing and all of that. And the reason why, of course, we needed to do this is because we wanted to optimize the allocation for national priorities, right? So we needed to then say, okay, what are the priorities and where should this money go? So that funding for impact. And of course, part of it is because linking up with the impact framework that was introduced a couple of years ago, we're now wanting for our researchers to start thinking about impact right at the part of planning your work. So we don't want you to just plan your project, apply for funding, then do your research, and then maybe they surprise, maybe there's some impact that comes out of it. We want you to start thinking, what is most likely going to be the impact of the work that I do? So that is why we now have this lever that is really funding for impact, and also as a way to encourage and nudge our researchers to think about impact much earlier on. Of course, we also want to increase competitive grant mechanisms, and we want to monitor and evaluate research outcomes. So you will also know that when you go and do your APR, annual progress report, online, there is a part now where we're starting to ask about the impact of the research that you're doing. And of course, as I said, we know very well that we can't do this alone as the NRF. We need partners. And this is just a network of some of the partners that we work with, of course, including universities. You'll see the higher education and research performing institutions. But we've got a big network of partners, private sector, other government departments, sister organizations similar to the NRF, even those that are not in the DSTI staple, so these are the network, the partners that we work with that are within our partners, and of course some who are not here. We work, for example, we're partnering even with some of the banks to be able to provide co-funding. Okay, so that's that in terms of the vision, and as I said, I want to just speak briefly about the NRF Impact Framework, which was introduced a few years ago. And I'm sure, again, that every single person here has read it at least once. Maybe somebody's on their third round just to try and understand some of the details of this framework. So the journey around the impact agenda started around 2020, 2021, thereabout, trying to link up to what would then become Vision 2030. And as I mentioned these what we call ties for impact in the NRF, so focusing on transformation, impact, excellence, sustainability. So the framework then deals with aspects such as, okay, what is impact? How do we define impact? Because one of the aspects that we initially, when we started engaging, having workshops that we were trying to talk about this impact framework, one of the questions that will come is, but how do I define impact? And it's something that it's not just us as the NRF who had grappled with or researchers grappling with. So we needed to try and at least define it in our context in the impact framework. And why? Why do we want to focus on impact? How does this fit together with the priorities that we want addressed? So in terms of how we define impact is that it's got to be a beneficial, there has to be a beneficial change in society, or at least knowledge advancement, brought about as a direct or indirect result of the NRF's research support, so the funding that we provide, right? Whether this is planned or it's unplanned, whether it's immediate or long-term. So essentially, we want there to be visible improvement in the quality of ordinary South African citizens as a result of the research that you conducted, funded by the NRF. So that's what we are after when we look at whether or not there's been impact in your work. And our framework focuses on two types of framework. Of course, we appreciate and acknowledge the fact that there are many types of impact, but we're focusing at knowledge impact, and this is where you're advancing your discipline, or societal impact, which has to do with improvement in the quality of the lives of ordinary South Africans. And is this new? Is this impact new? What is this about? No, of course not. It's not new. It's been happening. But what we are doing is that we're being deliberate, we're being intentional, and we are insisting on it to say we really want to start seeing impact. And as I said, we're focusing on the research impact that touches on societal impact and knowledge impact. So why the focus on societal impact? And I appreciated when the VC was giving her address, because she touched on this first point. So for us, we believe that the societal impact agenda will help first and foremost with advocacy, right? When we need to make a case for public investment in research. And also in terms of, because when you talk of societal impact, so it's about improving the people's lives. So ultimately, once you've done your research, it is those who benefited, it is the society that should turn around and say, yes, there's been impact of this research that happened. It really, because we think that everything we do has impact, right? It's my work, so of course, that's why I wake up every day to do it, is impact. But it's essentially the beneficiaries who can then say there is impact. So we believe that having this agenda then helps with that advocacy, to be able to make a case, to be able to get buy-in. The second one is around analysis and learning, right? So understanding the research and impact and how this will increase the opportunity for societal benefit. Then the third one is around accountability, because of course, even as the NRF, we receive the money through our line department, Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, and then we've got to report, we need to account. I think recently, most of us have become aware of something called the PPC, Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, because, whoa, people are being held to account. So that happens. And what some of us didn't know is that happens on a very regular basis. I think maybe even more than once a year, Mr. Nemongan, but it's a very regular occurrence that has been happening. The PPC has always been there. People have been going, reporting. It's just that now we're more aware of it. So if we can prove that there's been societal benefit in terms of the support we provided, that also helps when it comes to accountability, because we can say, yeah, you gave us X billions, and we keep saying we need a lot more, you need to double our allocation, and these are the reasons. So it helps if we can say to the parliamentarians, look at the lives that have been changed. And linked to that, of course, is with allocation, because then we can make a case for saying, look, we need more allocation. Our researchers out there are doing groundbreaking work. They're doing work that is improving the lives of ordinary South Africans, so we need the allocation to be increased. And what has been our approaches in terms of implementation so far of the impact agenda at the NRF? So we focused on these core focus areas that you see here. The first one being around ensuring that there's alignment between policy and the instrument. And this is key because, so through the workshops and the engagements that we've done so far, there's been a recurring question that keeps coming up, especially from academics, because we always invite universities and academics to participate. And it's around the alignment between our drive for impact, which takes time, right? You're lucky if your research, you can see impact in, 3, even 5 years. It can take as long as 5, 10 years for you to say this has been the impact, or even longer, right, Prof? And so we're saying we need you to do that, but at the same time, there is the DHET research outputs policy, which focuses on publications, right? We need you to publish, we need you. And I don't know how it works here, but in other universities and where I've been before, even aspects like promotion, your promotion depends on it. You will produce X number of research output units per year if you want to be promoted. So how do we then balance this push for impact, which will take time, it won't happen in even the 3 years, and the need to publish, because the two often will be competing. You want to just focus on that. So there's a need for, and this is happening, for example, engagements between the NRF, ourselves, and the DHET, and any other department that may have a policy that we feel actually may discourage people from pursuing work with impact. So that's critical. Developing impact literacy, as I said, we have been engaging in a number of workshops where we really just take participants through, first, how do we define impact? How are we going to be assessing for impact at the NRF when you submit your funding proposal and when you submit your performance reports, your annual reports? And that aspect, we really are, I must say, still early days, colleagues, so patience and understanding. So we're still working on figuring out those aspects, the assessment measures or metrics that we'll be using. The third one there around incentives, as I've already spoken to that, how are we going to encourage our researchers to really focus on driving impact? Also promoting research methodologies that advance impact. The VC also mentioned engaged research and the like. But the last part, the inter or transdisciplinary research aspect, because a lot of the impact projects rarely involve just people or researchers in one discipline. It involves people in many disciplines. This aspect also touches again on the policy and guideline and some framework alignment, because again, another issue that researchers are having is that we want people to pursue transdisciplinary research to drive impact, but the rating instrument expects you to be very much niche. So if you're pushing for rating, you need to be niche, but we also want you to be transdisciplinary. So there's that aspect. So we need then to figure out how are we going to assess transdisciplinary research when it comes to rating panels, when it comes to people applying for rating, where does this niche insistence on being niche, how does that feature? So again, we're still pretty much working on it. And the last one, I think I've already spoken about introducing appropriate impact assessment, both at proposal stage and once you have concluded your research. So where are we now with the impact work? We've been having a number of webinars and workshops, as I said. We've already adopted the framework. You can find it, colleagues, on our website if you would like to have a look at, and I do encourage, of course, go and download it. It's not a very long document, and familiarize yourself with it. And we do ongoing impact literacy campaigns, and hopefully even this is like some 2 minutes of just sensitizing around the impact framework of the NRF. And we also publish a number of policy briefs from our national facilities, as I mentioned. We published, maybe some 2 years back, we produced a publication that's featuring some of the impact work that is being conducted in our national facilities. In the next couple of slides, before I conclude, I'm just going to share a few examples of such, just to give you a sense of what we've considered in the past to be impact projects. And then in 2024, we piloted or introduced the NRF Impact Award. This gets awarded at the NRF, the annual NRF Awards, where we recognize emerging researchers and other categories that you may be familiar with. It was introduced in 2024. We had 3 projects that were finalists. I will share them with you now. One, of course, becoming the winner ultimately. Last year, sadly, we did not receive enough, or rather submissions that were worthy of the award. So in 2025, there was no NRF Societal Impact Award that was submitted. And that was sad, because it's not for lack of projects or work that's out there that was deserving. I think part of it, I suppose, is the lack of understanding of what to look out for. Right, hence the literacy aspect comes in to say, no, this is what you need to look out for if you are to decide or to determine if your project has got societal impact contributions. And we had there was a workshop also in 2024 in October that we did with the Advancing and Evaluating the Societal Impact of Science entity. Okay, so I promised some examples. Colleagues, I apologize for the tiny text, but if you go into our website, at the top tab, you'll see NRF Impact. All these studies are there. So these are the 3 that were the finalists at the 2024, the inaugural NRF Societal Impact Award. And the Center of Excellence for Biomedical Tuberculosis Research, that top one, was the one that was awarded, that received the award in 2024. All these 3 are part of the Center of Excellence program, but it does not need to be, your project does not need to be part of the Center of Excellence program or Sachiche program for it to be considered. I think the submissions we received for this year, some of them, most of them in fact, were not in that. And these are examples from the national facilities. So the first one on managing aquatic invasions in South Africa is a study that was done, or a project of SIAB, the one that's in Makanda on aquatic biodiversity. The picture there, that green picture, most of you will be familiar with if you know what's happening with the Hartbeespoort Dam, for example, that invasive water hyacinth. I don't know if I said it correctly, but that weed, yeah. So the team at SIAB have done a study on finding a biological control agent that can try and deal with that problem. At the bottom, you've got a study on mapping of tilapia fish, which is considered an ideal species for aquaculture to try and deal with food nutrition and food insecurity. And then you've got from Itemba Labs, where they did a study on particle therapy as a treatment for cancer. So these are the things that have happened, so impact work. Sarao was involved in the National Ventilator Project at the height of the COVID crisis. And we have at the bottom from the SAO a study on the use of fiber technology that is really intended for telescopes, but could be used, or it's now being used in medical imaging and in agriculture. Okay, and lastly, this is the last. Why do all of this? To what end? Why do we care so much about it? Because, of course, as I said, we do want to see a system that continues to be productive. We want to see transformation. This is something that we really want to drive. And as I said, transformation not just of who is doing the research, but also what kind of research gets done and gets funded. We believe that we have an influential role in the system as the NRF. Impact, I've just shared about that. So the research we fund and the research we conduct has got to continue being impactful. And we want to see innovation. Sustainability is at the center of everything we do. And at the bottom of all of it, we do want research for a better society. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, everybody. We just have a small thing that you need to declare again when you get back to the office.
Doesn't look very small, though, but we'll take it.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much for that, Dr. Ndi. I think we're going to not take questions if everybody's okay with that, because we've got time constraints on either side to ensure that our program continues on time. We are a little bit late already, so please bear with us. I think I immediately want to invite our next chair for the following session on space. Oh, let me get my notes.
All right, thank you very much, Warren, and thank you very much, Dr. Luruli. As Warren indicated, we're going straight into our parallel session, and maybe just to adjust time a little bit, this session will run up until 11:05, so that our keynote can start at 11:10. That will then give you enough time, I hope, to be able to make things according to the program. So you then have from 11:10 until 11:50, as per the original program. All right, so we're going to go into our parallel session. Of course, this session on this side is devoted to feminist, womanist, Bolsadi theorizations. And the chair is Professor Darlene Miller, and she will introduce her panelists. The theme, relevance, responsiveness, and societal impact beyond.
Yeah, so for those who want to attend the other session on feminist, womanist, and the other difficult word, they should go to the Bram Fisher Hall, that's right next door. But if you want to stay in the space science session, this is going to be the one that you would like to attend. So please welcome Professor James Chiubuzo.
Good morning, Unisa. We are happy to be together.
Are we going to turn this one off?
I'm Darlene Miller, and I'm working with...
Very good. I don't want to be listening to Pretoria when I'm in Florida. Good morning, everybody. I'd just like to quickly, because we don't have time, my name is James Chibueze. Thank you for monitoring my surname. That's very good. I would like to quickly welcome my panelists to the stage. If I call your name, you come to the stage, you will officially introduce yourself when you sit down. I'll call the first person, Mr. Ntoshane. If you can just sit on the orange-colored one. Oh. Orange because you're wearing black. Yes. And next, Miss Mumina. Can you sit in the next blue one? And Mr. Takalani Nemungani. I don't like to call your full name. I prefer using TK. TK, please, another orange. The guys are getting the brighter colors. And Duduzile, I know you don't like blue, but sit on the blue chair. And Adrian, please, on the green one. Good. I'll sit with my panel so they are comfortable, and then we can get going. Okay, so welcome everyone to the panel discussion of the Space Study and Square Kilometer Array Catalytic Niche Area. We've chosen the title Astronomy and Space Sciences for Sustainable STEM Education and Research. And I've got this panel. I'm not going to say who they are. They'll do that themselves. And if you want to know who we are, first, I represent the Unisa Center for Astrophysics and Space Sciences, where we have about 6 faculty members, 8 postdocs, and roughly 3 dozen students, postgraduate students. And what we do is research in astronomy and astrophysics. And you heard the keynote speaker mention SARAO. SARAO is South African Radio Astronomy Observatory, which manages the radio facilities in this country, including the Meerkat telescope in the Karoo, which is a precursor to the square kilometer array. And they are also responsible, of course, for the square kilometer array project. So I'll be very quick. What we will do, because we've had our time shortened, I'll let the panelists introduce themselves. I'll ask them questions regarding the topic that we have for today, and I'll ask each one of them to spend about 2 to 3 minutes responding, and then we will open the floor so you can ask all of them questions. When they introduce themselves, please pay attention, because they are really the important people you want to talk to, and prepare your questions for them. Okay, I'll start with from my right. Toshani, you want to introduce?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yes, that's much better. My name is Ntoshani Mhlamunyani. You can call me Ntoshani Mhlamunyani. You can call me Ntosh for short. I am the strategic manager to the CEO of the South African National Space Agency, SANSA. We are an entity of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, and our mandate is simply to implement the country's national space strategy. I'll stop there for now.
Good morning, everyone. I won't make you shout again. My name is Mu'mina Al-Islam. I'm really pleased to be here. I'm visiting from the UK's Imperial College London. I'm in awe of everything you're doing here, and I am an astronomer at the Royal Observatory Greenwich. I work in outreach along with doing research in astrophysics. So I'm really pleased to be here, and I'll pass the mic.
Good morning. My name is Takarani Namaungani. You can just call me TK if you wish. I'm the Chief Director for the Astronomy portfolio within the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Duduzile Kupeka. I am based at the South African Astronomical Observatory, which is a business unit of the NRF, and I mainly coordinate the activities in the BRICS Astronomy program, but a bulk of my work is centered around public engagement and societal benefits of astronomy in the communities within South Africa and BRICS. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Adrian Tiplady. I'm the Deputy Managing Director at the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory, which is very proud to be part of that national facility of the NRF. And really, SARAO is the realization of a strategic priority of the South African government to really take advantage of South Africa's astronomical advantage, and to establish South Africa as an international hub for astronomy and radio astronomy. And I think projects such as the Meerkat, which is South African designed, developed, constructed, funded, as well as the ESK Mid-Telescope in South Africa, really is a realization of that vision, and also showcases the fantastic talent, the scientific and engineering talent that exists within South Africa, and really showcases what we can do on the international stage. Sorry, a bit of an extended introduction. But,
Thank you very much, Adrian. That's very good. So as you can see, we've got someone representing SANSA, we've got someone from Imperial College London, we've got somebody to speak for the government. If you want to ask the president anything, he will answer for that. And we've got somebody from the South African Astronomical Observatory, also representing the BRICS Astronomy team, and again, the acting director of South African Radio Astronomy Observatory. So prepare all your questions, but I'll set the floor rolling by asking them the first few questions just for you to understand, get some context, and then you can throw all the questions to them. I'll start with the government representative. TK, I would like you to please kindly tell us what are the government priorities pertaining astronomy and space sciences? What are those things the government would like to see, both from the perspective of what universities do and what development in astronomy and space sciences should be? What are the priorities from government perspective?
Okay, no, thank you very much. I think going back almost just over 30 years now with the new democratic dispensation in South Africa, the department identified space science and astronomy as one of the key priorities, of the department, so that we can build capabilities, in these areas. And I think really one of those key priorities is very much aligned to the theme of today, which is STEM. How do we build skills and human capacities? Because science is done by people. And let me quickly just start off at a national level, where we have the National Development Plan 2030 and DP 2030, which looks at a target that we should be producing, let's say, over 5,000 PhDs per year in South Africa. We are not yet there. I think we're currently producing about 3,500 PhDs per year. But the ultimate target is to eventually be producing much more than that, because I think it's essential. And also at the universities, to ensure that the percentage of academic staff at our research institutions, goes to at least 75% or more. At the moment, it's around 50%. So it just shows you that we still have a long way, but we have put a number of instruments in place, such as the research chairs, the centers of excellence, and quite a number of other bursary programs in various fields of specialization. And the same happens within space science. We've got a targeted bursary programs to help us achieve that. And even in astronomy, we've got the SKA bursary program and another one, the NASP bursary program, together funded to a tune of about 100 million a year, so that we can develop a pipeline and a new generation of scientists and engineers that will help us to excel in space science and astronomy.
Thank you very much. So 5,000 PhDs per year would amount to 50,000 PhDs in 10 years, which is impressive. But of course, to get 50,000 PhDs, for example, in sciences, let's say 20% is from sciences. To get that percentage in sciences, you definitely need to stimulate the grassroots. So you get the students coming in for undergraduates, going into masters, and eventually to PhD. Maybe that will bring me to my next question. So sustaining the efforts to get that number of PhDs, we need to stimulate the grassroots. So Duduzile, I'll come to you, and Mumina now. How do we optimize outreach and public engagement to encourage more people in the grassroots to take up sciences so we can produce a huge percentage of the 5,000 PhDs per year in sciences and astronomy? Duduzile.
I think for anyone who's ever heard me speak on this topic, I'm always advocating for relatability. And I think that's the issue we often have, especially in our underserved communities, where the topic of space sciences and astronomy is so abstract to most people, because it's just so far removed from normal people. Even for people working in the space, our families still find this topic just like foreign to them, So it's increasing relatability, and this is through programs where we really communicate more about the work that we do. And that, I don't think that work should only be left to specific people or specific organizations. I mean, I'm looking at a room full of people who I'm assuming most of them are in this space of space sciences and astronomy. But if I were to ask the room, how many of you actually talk about the work that you do outside of the science community that you are in? It's very few people. So we really need to put more effort in communicating the work that we do so that people see the faces that are involved. And then you are able to relate more, because now it's faces that look like you, possibly, or grew up in conditions similar to yours. And then now it's not so abstract anymore, and it seems possible even for you. So even as we go through the schooling program, it's doing or trying to strive for something that's possible even in my mind and attainable, because I've seen people do it. So we definitely need to improve how we communicate and how we engage communities, especially in underrepresented areas.
Oh, thank you very much. So astronomers must go and speak to people about their research. Essentially, that's what you're saying, right? Okay, that's good. Mumina, do you want to bring in other aspects?
Thank you, Prof. I'd really say there's 4 key things that I keep in mind as somebody who does astronomy public engagement in many different communities, specifically my own community. So the very first thing is that we need to speak to people in their own language. Like you said, Duduzile, you go to people who've never heard of astronomy, it seems so far removed. And so when I work within my own Muslim community, for example, we have an extremely rich heritage in astronomy. A lot of us were the founding mothers and fathers of astronomy, and yet we're now so far removed from it. We're almost, in the West certainly, excluded from the world of science. And so in order to make science something on somebody's doorstep instead of something miles and miles away, we must tell them that actually it was someone who looked just like me and just like you who set up the world's first university, who was the world's first paid astronomer. I refer here to Mariam al-Astrolabi if you'd like to look into her or chat to me about it more. So it's things like this where we need to speak to people in their own language. When I do astronomy outreach to the Muslim community, it's not enough that I look like them. I also must talk to them specifically about how their holy book references astronomy. We must speak to people in their own language. And here, I've been very kindly invited by Prof here to do outreach work here as well. And it was necessary for me as somebody who is not African to become very educated and learn as much as possible on African heritage and astronomy, so that when I do outreach here, I'm speaking to people in their own language again. And of course, letting them lead the narrative. We never want to be foreigners imposing our views in local communities, which brings me to my next point, which is that grassroots and heritage institutions must work together. Now, whenever I talk about grassroots, I use the analogy of grassroots as literal blades of grass, and then a tree trunk as an institution such as government or university that has a lot of funding and a lot of history. Grassroots only have passion, they don't have funding. And so it's very important for the two to collaborate together. I can speak to examples in my own experience of collaborating with my grassroots organization, New Crescent Society, as well as one I founded called London Moonsighters. Now, these are institutions born of passion. How did we get off the ground? Well, by collaborating with heritage institutions like the Royal Observatory Greenwich, like the University of Cambridge, them hosting our work, sharing their funds, is how these things are able to get off the ground. So that's the second key message. And the final 2 things I'd say is multidisciplinary collaboration is so important, not only within science, but between science and art, science and humanities. The organization I just mentioned that I help run, it's really important to us to have astrophysicists on the board, but also to have artists on the board. We have poets and leaders of hikes that take people out, and essentially the connection with science is human. It's never the data that pulls us in, it's the feeling. So when you feel connected to astronomy, that's when you'll be inspired to become an astronomer or to become any kind of scientist. And so by taking people through poems and nature experiences, that's when we can have real impact. And I'll end off with international collaboration, the very reason I'm here. A month from now, I'll be starting my role at CERN, where I'll be working in the CERN and Society Foundation. And again, within Europe and within Africa and within South Asia, where I'm ethnically from, it is so important to form these links and to learn from each other, because we all have so much to learn from each other. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So we've heard from the government. They've told us what the outlook in terms of policy is, And now we've heard from two persons who are engaged in public engagement and outreach, informing us the need to stimulate the grassroots. Collaboration is highlighted as very important, speaking in people's language, and breaking the silo walls. Essentially, researchers must not stay within their small box. Okay? You have to go out and talk to other people who are not researchers like you about what you do. So these are the critical points we're taking. So from the top, the policy, from the bottom, stimulating these grassroots to bringing the people who become the scientists. Now slowly drift into the industry. Of course, if you stimulate grassroots, we get students from schools into university for bachelor's. We hopefully convince them to stay for masters, and they find interest in the project they're doing, and they remain for PhD. Hopefully we can get the 5,000 PhDs per year. After PhD, they need to get a job. They want to continue doing research, so I'll come to the two people from Sarao and from SANSA. Let me start with Sarao, which is radio astronomy background. Adrian, would you mind telling us a bit more of what Sarao would like to see the universities doing when it comes to human capital, and how that will help the things you do at Sarao?
Certainly. I think there are probably a couple of things, and I can answer this question from a variety of different ways, but I'm also going to relate it to back to what has been said on the panel already. One of the most important things around this is communication. Being able to communicate one's research and actually understand how one's research is going to translate into impact. There were comments earlier around responding to Parliament and what government officials require and expect around how research is making a better society, and how our research is delivering impact and socio-economic impact within the country. So I think it's really important that as part of what the university system is doing, is it's also trying to ensure that we're not just training scientists and engineers, we're training scientists and engineers that are able to translate what they do into something that can be understood by everyone around us. One of the other things, and I think is really important, is, for example, within Sarao, we have quite a successful human capital development program that actually now extends all the way from early childhood development through to postdoctoral fellowships, research chairs, etc. And we produce fantastic students, fantastic scientists, and fantastic engineers looking for job opportunities. The sad thing is if we can't absorb those fantastic scientists and engineers in South Africa within the national facilities, within the university system itself, they will seek job opportunities elsewhere. Astronomy is an international field, and what we want to do is continue to strengthen and build the community in South Africa. And I think one of the things that universities across South Africa should really consider doing is ensuring that they can absorb more of the excellent scientists and engineers, and excellent South African scientists and engineers that are coming out of these human capital development programs, not only supported through Sarao, but also DSTI and various other institutions in South Africa.
Thanks, Adrian. I'd like to put you on the spot a little bit more. Currently, Unisa and Sarao have some level of collaboration, because I've worked for Sarao and I still talk to friends there. But it would be nice to have this as formal partnership. How do you see Sarao and Unisa partnering in effort to develop human capital? And where should we go from here?
You're putting me on the spot. So, as part of our human capital development program, we provide for research grants and group grants that enable the universities to submit proposals and respond to be provided with funding and support to establish and we're not just supporting individual students, but establishing research groups, which is really important, establishing a critical mass across the university sector, not just within Unisa, but across the university system within South Africa. And so it's really important, firstly, to ensure that universities are or exploiting those opportunities to support establishment of research groups within the universities. What is also important, I think there are a range of different other collaboration opportunities, both formal and informal. Of course, Soraya is operating perhaps the premier radioastronomy facility of its type in the world. Absolutely take advantage of all of the open time calls that are advertised to the community. And I think we value the university system, and we value the research groups and the scientists and astronomers that are located in the university system. We collaborate with them extensively, and I only see that continuing to strengthen in the future.
Thank you, Adrian. I'm sorry for putting you on the spot. I'll come to Ntoshani now. Ntosh, it's a similar question to him, but now I want you to bring in the South African Space Agency perspective. Of course, this is a bit more general because you cover things like space weather, satellite imagery, downlinking. How do you see the partnership between SANSA and universities helping us to sustain STEM development over the next couple of decades?
Thank you very much. So let me start by saying, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, Statistics South Africa released some glaring stats, which basically prove that in South Africa, there are people who survive on less than 3,000 rands a month. Now, how many people in this room have an iPhone? Put up your hand. So the device you have in your hand costs a lot more than what a lot of people survive on in this country. That's just to put it into perspective. Now, from a SANSA perspective, we even have our impact line, which is a legacy of impact. We want to make sure that everything that we do somehow do find relevance to the lives of ordinary South Africans. Now, if you look at the theme, Unisa's catalytic niche area, so that word there, catalytic, we see ourselves as part of the South African community, obviously, because we exist for the goodness of South Africans. And to be able to do what we do at SANSA, from an Earth observation, space science, space engineering, and space operations, we need warm bodies. That's human capital. We need people to be doing that. So which means as much as we are able to support almost every single satellite launch, most of the satellite launches that happen all over the world, some way or another, as SANSA, as South Africa, we are involved in supporting that. And I think that's something to be proud of. But at the base of that are actually ordinary South Africans, some of whom may have come through institutions such as Unisa. Again, that's where you see the importance of STEM development and STEM sustainability. Because for us to be able to deliver on our work as a space agency, we're able to actually make a difference. Of course, when we support all of these missions, we're able to generate some revenue for the agency, which get plowed back into various initiatives. But really, in a nutshell, we actually, as SANSA, how we see the partnership between ourselves and institutions such as Unisa is really moving beyond research. I mean, there was, and I know there are a lot of researchers in the room, there used to be a very catchy phrase to say, you either publish or you perish. Now, we would like to stretch that. We need to be moving from publishing to commercialize or perish. Because it's very good and well to have the research, many theses that are sitting in some archives, and I would like to believe a lot of those are solutions to some of the socioeconomic issues sitting within the country and the continent. So if we could start encouraging more of that, yes, it's fantastic to do research, but let's look at how do we make sure that that research gets to see the light of day, to be able to change the lives of South Africans. and Africans and even people all over the world. And finally, just to say, I think it goes beyond traditional way of just teaching students, but really how do we link the research that Unisa delivers with industry, with government, and most importantly, with the communities within which we exist. I mean, driving into Florida, you can't help but you look at Unisa as sort of this very beautiful structure in Johannesburg West. And one really, you can't help but think, it's fantastic the work that's going on in this beautiful building, all the smart people that go in and out of that. And then you're thinking, how has that in any way impacted the very community in which this campus exists? I'll stop there for now, thanks.
Thank you for pouring the cold water on everybody's head. Okay, so this is not about just us in the panel or the chair of the panel. This is also about all of you listening to us. So I'll open the floor now. First, I want to ask the organizers, do we have microphones to move around so we can take questions from the audience? Do we? If you don't, you can take this one. Okay. Okay, now the floor is open. Please speak very loudly. If you have any question for a specific person, you can point to the person, and then they will respond to you. I saw your hand there. First, I've seen. So we take 3 questions at a time, and then we come back again for another round. Oh, no. Okay, go ahead, Jude.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jude Ugu. My question, I have 2 questions. One for TK and the people in outreach. So the first question is, South Africa is targeting producing 5,000 PhD, and getting this number also requires supervision. So do we have capacity of people to supervise these PhD students, or is there any policy the government is also making on training people to do the supervision or employ people to assist in supervising these students? Secondly, on the outreach, academics are usually being appraised or assessed based on publications. So, and it's always a challenge. So no incentive, no motivation of going outside to do outreach and create impact in the communities, when you know that at the end, your assessment or your appraisal or promotion depends solely on publications. So is there any policy the government is making to also appraise academics based on the impact they create to the society, based on this outreach and creating awareness and increasing interest in STEM? Thank you.
I saw a hand behind first, and then we can take, maybe we'll take, person next, and then we'll go to the back. Please be very short so we can get around many people.
All right, thank you. I had a couple of questions again. I'm going to cut them short. Okay, so my first question is for Sansa.
You didn't say your name.
Oh, sorry. So I'm Sibusiso. So my first question, because I'm trying to push time down properly. All right, so my first question is for Sansa. I'm not happy with Sansa, to be honest. I feel like Sansa is not doing enough. I feel like based on the name, we're expecting more. Like, I think SANSA was supposed to be one of the biggest projects to be exciting young people with a lot of innovation. Like, for example, there's a lot of stuff that, when we think about SANSA, we think about something like NASA. But I feel like it's too quiet. So I want to know what's the plan? Or is it you guys not having funding? Or is it the government, maybe tax will tell us? I don't know. Yeah, but it's quiet. I'm not happy. Yeah. So yeah, that's my first question. And then my second question is for tax. The biggest problem in South Africa is it's information to young people. I think Dr. Jude touched on that. Like how much are you guys investing in terms of outreach for STEM? Because really, our biggest issue in South Africa is information. Teachers don't have enough information. Students don't have enough information. Last year I gave a talk at teachers' conference, and like almost all the teachers didn't know anything about astronomy. So I want to know how much research are you guys investing in? So that is my second question. I guess Dudu, I guess for you it's still the same thing. Like how much is you guys doing in terms of research? And my last question.
Can we take just two so that we can get to it?
All right, sure.
Thank you. Can we get the microphone to the person at the back? I saw the hand there first.
Hello. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Actually, I really appreciate the discussion.
Your name, please?
My name is Abduradak Zubairu. Yeah. I have a concern about the things related to space study, astronomy, and something related to that. My question is that when I look at SANSA and TK, they are almost representing government, and I can see all of you are representing government. When we look at the impact in terms of economic impact of the space study or astronomy, I can't find what is the main mandate behind the study of astronomy. What I'm saying is that when you graduated 5,000 PhD students, what are you expecting them to go and do? Is it going to be just a cycle of producing PhD students and continuous research on space? Or there is going to be, as one of the second person that asks questions says something related to NASA, I believe that the research related to NASA is going to, maybe it has a target of maybe retrieving some information and some minerals from space. But here, I don't know, is there anything related to that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, I'll let TK start with the first question. Dudu go next, and then Adrian will take the point. Well, they have questions.
All right, thank you very much for the interesting questions. Yeah, let me just, I think I picked up about just 2 or 3 questions directed to me. One was around the supervision capacity for if we produce more PhDs, how are they going to be supervised? And I think that is very important. And I think our engagements with various universities and national facilities is to always, make sure that, the academic staff, there's a good balance between research and teaching. Because if they can have more time for research, to undertake research, then they will be able to also have students and also be able to supervise them. So we have to continuously increase the research capacity, in the various institutions, so that there will be more of that. But I think at a national or macro level, you will know that there is a new university in the horizon, the University of Science and Innovation, that is going to be built in the city of Ekurhuleni. When the new government, in the new democratic dispensation, we know that we introduced 2 more universities, Sol Plaatje and University of Mpumalanga. But there are 2 more universities in the horizon. One of them is in the area of science and innovation, and the other one will be focusing on policing and crime intelligence, which will be based in Amaskral. So therefore, these are some of the plans that, of course, we need to increase the number of universities and research capacities and so on, so that we can ultimately deal with these challenges. So in terms, the other question was whether we have a strategy around outreach, even for the academics. And the question is, yes, we do have, as the department, what we call the science engagement strategy, as a sort of a policy directive. And also, I think my colleague from the NRF did talk about that, the work done by SASTA. So is to also continuously engage our the academia in general, to make sure that they can also talk more and communicate about the work that they are doing to the general public, public awareness of science, to increase science literacy in the public. So yeah, so we do have strategies around that to continue to engage our scientists, to impress upon them the importance of doing that. And the last question was, what is the mandate and the strategy around astronomy? So I think, as my colleague earlier indicated, that we do have geographic advantage in South Africa of clear skies and that, but we want to turn that into a competitive advantage as a country, so that we become one of the leading countries in this area. But of course, the mandate is to make sure that ultimately this contributes to socio-economic development of the country by building skills that will not only just be needed for astronomy, but can be used in many other sectors, like especially when it comes to, let's say, data science and big data. Because of the huge amounts that these telescopes receive, we are training a lot of data skills, and those data skills can be utilized in various other sectors, to benefit the country. Thank you.
So, okay, on the outreach, I think there was a second question on how researchers are incentivized on doing outreach or public engagement, when the main way they benefit or awarded is when they publish, right? And I think that is definitely a genuine concern that we always get when engaging with more researchers. But NRF has advanced quite far in that regard, where when you apply for grants now, there is a specific section that wants you to respond on how your research will respond to science engagement or societal benefits. So I think from that onset, it is an incentive in that for you to get a grant, you would need to be intentional from the beginning on how you will respond to these challenges of the community. So that's one way, and many other grants are moving in that direction, where when you apply, you get that. But I do agree and acknowledge that we do need to incorporate it even more in policies nationally, as well as within the organizations and institutions that people are in, so that when they take time out to go do public engagement, that is also acknowledged, where it's currently not. In many organizations, you find that there's a small outreach team and the rest of them are researchers there, and they never really link with each other. But I really agree that definitely needs to change. Another response to that is working with diverse stakeholders. Like I said, for example, in the NRF entities, you would have a science engagement team and you'd have researchers, where the science engagement team could design the programs, and then the researchers are probably just asked to come work with us as we engage these schools or engage this public. In that way, you don't take too much time out of your research, and the program is already designed, and then you can come and feed into that. Or you work together where you have a research grant and you work with that team of experts in engagement to design it together, so that you don't have to spend all your time designing this, but you let the experts do it. But at least then there's collaboration in that front. And then lastly, I think this one is is more on a human level. I think because we structure these things so much that we are so technical about them, when we really just need to be human sometimes. For example, in the community, you'd have a child, but just because James is not there to look after his child doesn't mean the other people around won't look after that child, right? Just because I'm not a parent, I will not look after a child. It does not work like that. And that's not the values we have in our communities. And I think we need to apply those even in the work that we do. Where now it's so structured, you are a researcher, I'm an astronomer. I don't even want to talk about what I do because there are people who are there to talk about it. I mean, we need to move away from that mentality where we take responsibility. This is not just a personal endeavor. This is for our people. It's for our country. And I think if we understood that bigger picture, we would be more proactive in responding to the challenges that we have instead of looking outward for solutions. Thank you.
I'll be quick. But it's a big question that was asked around the economic impact. And I'll sum it up very quickly. I can see at least 2 different technologies or services that everyone is using every single day in this auditorium that are directly originate from radio astronomy and radio astronomy research. The first is access to Wi-Fi networks. Wi-Fi was in fact an algorithm that was developed by radio astronomers to improve the clarity of images that were produced some 20 or 30 years ago. And I mean, what this tells the story about is how investment in fundamental research, sure, it has direct benefits. We've built telescopes, we've contracted suppliers, etc. But the indirect benefits that flow some 10 or 20 years down the line is so much more impactful. The second technology is on our phones. We have Google Maps, or equivalent to Apple, tells us where we are. Right? So how do we know where we are? Well, GPS. GPS tells us where we are on our phone. Who tells GPS satellites where they are? Because they're just floating around in space. But it's radio telescopes like the Hartbeespook Radio Astronomy Observatory that provides a terrestrial reference point on the ground that then is able to tell all the GPS satellites where they are. And without telescopes like that, we wouldn't be able to have things like GPS and global navigation systems. And just to sum up is just to mention that for national socio-economic impact and socio-economic development, if we want our country to continue to develop economically, we need to be able to participate in the global trade market. We need to participate in knowledge-intensive products and services. So if you look at the G7 economies, 50% of the economies are based on knowledge and knowledge products and goods, right? So if you want your economy to grow comparatively with the rest of the world, you need to be able to participate in that economy. The way you develop knowledge economies is by investment in fantastic educational institutions such as Unisa and basic research infrastructure. Infrastructure such as SAREO, SAAO, SCION, SciAB, and all the national facilities under the portfolio within the National Research Foundation.
Thanks, Adrian. And the next time you take a selfie, remember those cameras on your phone were just miniaturized version of the cameras we designed for observing the night skies. So it's also part of the technologies. So I'll hand to Mr. NASA of South Africa.
No, it's not NASA, it's Sansa, okay? Thank you very much for questions, Boo. I think, quick one. So, in comparison with NASA, I mean, NASA's got an annual budget of 422 billion rands. We have less than 1% of that. But I think you're right. It's something we acknowledge as Sansa, that we could have been more vocal and more sort of creating more awareness about what we do. This year we're turning 15 years old. I think the first 10 years, the focus has mainly been more on the technical side of our work, whereas now there is a drive for us to be, have more impact of our work that can be communicated outwardly. Because ultimately what we are measured on is whether people know about us and the impact that we create. Just to quickly link in with what some of my colleagues here have shared, with regards to engagement with young people, our space education team engages with over 50,000 school learners, and I'm talking one-on-one every year. Again, this is across all 9 provinces in the country. We also work very closely with the NRF in terms of an initiative called Neo Frontiers, where we support small businesses. And I'm proud to say that those businesses are purposely targeted at businesses that are women-owned, youth-owned, and businesses owned by persons living with disabilities. And also, our Earth observation team is working very closely with local municipalities in terms of capacity building, looking at how we take space data to really look at actionable activities they can implement, looking at things such as agriculture, water management, as well as urban planning in those areas. And then finally, more relevant to a Unisa context, we're also supporting a lot of PhD and master students, as well as trying as much as we can to intake as many interns as possible. So that's a way for us to try and really ensure that everyone with whom we come into contact with can, in some extent, help to amplify the messaging about the existence of SANSA. Thanks.
Good. I hope you become NASA also. But we always say the reward for hard work is more work. 50,000, reaching 50,000 is good, but at 50,000 per year, you need 100 years to get to 5 million people. And that is a lot of time. So you probably want to be doing 500,000 per year. Okay, so I'll quickly go online. Remember, we are tied in with people in Pretoria. I've been informed that there is a question from the people in Pretoria. So please, can we get that question, please? And then we can take 2 more questions from the room, and we conclude. Of course, the panelists will be available during the break, so you can grab them and ask them your questions if we couldn't get to you. Yes.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm Prof. Janssen from the Department of Sociology in the School of Humanities. The previous speaker just briefly touched on my question, which from SANSA. Basically, I wanted to put my question to Mr. TK. There are about 146 TVET colleges in South Africa. And I just wanted to find out, in terms of the focus is on universities. I'm just hearing universities, but these TVET colleges, what is their relevance in terms of science and technology? And then I have a quick question for the rest of the panel, please. What opportunities exist to promote collaboration and funding between the sciences, between the science organizations, as well as the humanities and social sciences? Thank you so much.
Okay, TK, you go first. And funding opportunities. First.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, the answer is yes. I think TVETs are just as equally important. We are in what we call the National Science Month this month, which was upgraded from just Science Week to and this was actually launched at one of the TVETs at the Val, in the Val. So yes, we are engaging with quite a number of TVETs to make sure that they can also undertake research as well, and in addition to teaching and so on, so that we can work with them, in the R&D space to make sure that they can help us in actually building this pipeline of researchers, going forward. So thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, mine will be rather brief. We believe that, yes, there is a major focus on universities, or traditional universities, in terms of the ones that can produce PhD and master's graduates, but there is also a shift that we are looking to make to focus more on TVET colleges. And I think simply for the reason that As our space industry grows, particularly as the government is investing more money in building more space infrastructure, we know that in doing so, you will still, as much as you will have your space engineers and your scientists, etc., you will still need your artisans. You still need your people with technical skills. In fact, just a quick example, the South African space industry right now is one of the most thriving in the world. I know you might not know that. We have over 300 space companies in this country, and some of them actually are part of the major space global value chain. So which means they produce components and subsystems for almost most of the missions in the world. And the manpower or the resources behind that are people with technical skills, people that do the actual soldering of small components and subsystems. So again, there's a realization that we're seeing that as much as there is this drive for PhD and masters, we still need to be looking at TVET colleges, because those technical skills is what required to build satellites. Those technical skills is what's required if you have a building such as this one. You still need someone to come and do the plumbing. You still need someone that can fix the lighting fixtures. As much as we focus on the bigger items, so to speak, there is still a realization that we are lacking. And in fact, we know that we are an emerging, a developing economy, and most developing economies, where they actually make the most impact in terms of economic growth and job creation, is where you focus with, what they call, jobs that you use your hands. As much as we still need the PhDs, the technical skills should not in any way be neglected. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And for the funding, I think we can take that offline, because TK has warned me not to ask for money. Okay, so I'll take, oh wow, the COD is here. Oh my goodness, okay. You have to be very brief. We will take the COD, Professor Kubeka's question. I'll leave the astronomers out. I'll take the two ladies on this line.
Just a comment. Just a comment from my side. No, it's fine. We can take, but we are standing by for the next plenary session that's going to be broadcast from the other side. Okay. So let's take the questions until the time that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So those who are asking questions, you just have 10 seconds to ask, and people answering, please, between 20 and 30 seconds.
Oh, actually, yeah, they have started on the other side. Apologies. I think we have to take the questions during the break, if that's okay with everybody.
I'll keep the panelists. You're more than welcome to come chat to them after and bring them to the department, so you can just join us.
Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, thank you, everyone. Thanks for all the questions. And thank you, panelists. Okay, so at Unisa, don't go yet. Spot prize for the audience. Who asked the best question? I'll let the panelists choose. I'm supposed to give out a spot prize. Among the people who asked the question, which one was the best for you? TK. Choose.
I think it was the one online. About the TVET, yeah.
I hope she's still there, so your prize is with me. If you don't come get it, I'll keep it. And I have prizes for the panelists. There you go. Thank you for coming. No, it's not study guide, it's just a gift from us. Thank you, Thanks to all the panelists. Can we give them another round of applause? Okay, so we'll listen to the parallel session, and then we can leave.
Link directly.
Oh yeah, group photo.
Okay. All right. So we have Dr. Mone Mostert who's the Commissioner for the National Planning Commission, who's already, I think he's started to speak already on the other side. And I think we'll just link directly as soon as the photo is done.
The problem we face today, ladies and gentlemen, is that thinking is just too good. It's just too considerate. It's just too sensitive of the society, the ecology, and the longer-term future of following generations. Or perhaps, like me, you think that the mind of an executive resembles something more like my laptop. 17 windows are open at the same time. 4 are frozen. And no one knows where the music is coming from. It is this subject, then, dear colleagues, that I have the privilege of sharing with you. Given our time, I'll go briefly over where the book has appeared and been launched around the world, including here at Fleurick in Belgium. We launched it here in Pennsylvania, an international launch with the International Speakers Bureau. This was in Amsterdam. That's Johannesburg, that was Dubai, in the cigar room, which I highly recommend. That was at the lovely Churchill Hyatt in London, and a few other places. That was Amsterdam at the world's largest law firm. It's been rather well received. The UNESCO Chairing Future Studies says, we understand the emerging future with new eyes, and I'm grateful for his view. So let me move rapidly along. I have to say, I think this might be the last book ever published. For the young people, in the old days, this is how we produced information, in something called a book. It was tangible, slices of a tree containing text. This is how we did it. And so I was a bit nervous about whether the book would sell, especially with a title like this. And so I did approach the publishers with alternative titles. And here was my leading contender, 50 Shades of Executive Futures. The publishers decided against it. So colleagues, I'm going to be with you thinking about thinking, which is a rather odd thing to do for a living. For one thing, it's very difficult to get a promotion. My mother struggles to understand what it is I exactly do. I'm not quite clear myself, but I know that it's an important focus area because those who make decisions impact the world, and the quality of those decisions matter. Fortunately, we're at a fine university, but even that nature of education can be contested, indeed, as it was by Oscar Wilde, who famously said, fortunately, my education has had no impact on me whatsoever. He says that for a reason, because he questions whether we're educating ourselves on the right things. So with all the importance of thinking, when was the last time you attended a class on thinking? And if you didn't, I'm sure you have it in your Outlook diary at least once a week, 2 to 4. Thinking. And when the boss phones and says, what are you guys doing down there? You say, well, boss, we're thinking. And the boss says, well, what are you thinking about? You say, well, boss, we're thinking about our thinking. The boss says, well, I'm glad you're working down there. Keep it up. Let's imagine you don't have it. Let me ask you this. Where are your decisions coming from? If not from your thinking. Is it any surprise then that so many large organizations are simply habitual in the way that they think? Is it any surprise then that we see very little change, very slow change, certainly not the kind of change that we need to see for the kind of society we are in here as we get to the first year of the second quarter of the 21st century? But our thinking, to some degree, runs the risk of being usurped by an artificial version of this thinking, known, of course, to us as a form of intelligence which we might describe as artificial. Artificial intelligence, which I think is a perfect description of the kind of intelligence we now confront, the artificial version. So you can see, dear learned colleagues, my curiosity is in the natural form of that intelligence. I open my book with the assertion as follows, that most executives know more about how to use ChatGPT than they know about their own forms of intellectual processing. If you give most executives around the world 2 sheets of paper, you say, on this sheet of paper, write something about how to use ChatGPT. On this sheet of paper, explain your own intellectual processing to me. Which one do you think people will answer more easily? Shockingly, the first. So I wonder, as we are here at the birth of the artificial version of intelligence, that we may not also be simultaneously be at the rebirth of the investigation of natural intelligence. And the battle is on. The battle is on. And it becomes a really interesting fight when you consider the alternatives. For example, how often do we consider artificial stupidity? Those questions that the artificial intelligence simply cannot handle, cannot help with. But do we have a meaningful alternative to artificial intelligence and artificial stupidity? Or is the only real alternative to artificial intelligence natural stupidity? We have at least 4 quadrants there, which I present to you as a classical consultant. So we are thinking, and of course, I'm arguing, colleagues, to think or not to think, that really is the question. I think you will concur it is a decent question. It is perhaps useful to distinguish here between the brain and the mind. The brain is the architecture, and there has been much done on the study of the architecture of the brain. But the brain is not the mind. The mind is an emerging property of the brain. People don't think with their brains, for example. We think holistically as organisms. The brain is simply the architecture, the infrastructure. In the same way that the driving is not the car, the thinking is not the brain. And therefore, studying the car almost never produces better driving. In the same way that studying the brain is unlikely to improve anyone's thinking. I mentioned the mindsets, the methods, and the madness of becoming a 21st century executive because of what we're now describing as cognitive load. I do not blame senior executives in large global organizations because the load they face is astronomical. Consider your own behavior at this very moment. Most of you are exhibiting what Linda Stone refers to as continuous partial attention. Continuous partial attention. You're in the session, you're pretending to listen to my erudite words, but in reality, you have a device running, don't you? At least one, but probably more than one. And you're treating me like the radio in the background. which perhaps I deserve. The subtitle of the book refers to the notion of quantum, as we are also about to enter a very significant era in quantum computing. I was curious about how this relates to the mind. And so, with apologies to the quantum physicists in the room, just metaphorically, I refer here to the overwhelming number in quantum possibilities, the notion of superposition in quantum science, that things appear to be true even if they're opposing. There is peace, but there is war. There is wealth, but there is poverty. There is health, but there is a lack thereof. There is natural intelligence, but there is natural stupidity. The degree of uncertainty in the quantum world certainly seems to resemble the way most executives make decisions, and then the idea of simultaneity that some flourish while others suffer, and the social examples are countless. And then entanglement. The idea that what happens in Ukraine somehow affects agriculture in South Africa. Entanglement over a distance. Thinking, making decisions in a world like this is far beyond the mental models of the first and second industrial revolution characterized by classical analysis, where the dominant metaphor was the machine. That was our great discovery in the first and second industrial revolution, the machine. And one of the mistakes we made as a society is to view that machine as the dominant model for how humans should be behaving. In fact, even 250 years later, if someone is remarkable at something, we might say, that guy is a machine. As if that is somehow a compliment. We extend the machine metaphor, for example, to include phrases like drilling down into a problem. Put your hands up if you're a master driller. At least one world leader wants to drill, baby, drill. The machine still dominates, I argue, colleagues, the way our minds operate. In fact, if a team works well, we say that team works like a well-oiled machine. And let us make sure not to put a spanner in the works. The mental model remains the machine when the reality no longer reflects the world of the machine. I love the movies, and in fact most of the chapters in the book are named after movies. And the reason I love the movies is that in my science of decision-making, including futures decision-making, in futures the word scenario in fact emerged from the word from the movies, a scene in which many characters are always present and subversive tensions are always there. So included in the chapters in the book, for example, you might find Dr. Strange in the multiverse of madness. Perhaps you felt that way yourself. Everything, everywhere, all at once. There's the simultaneity. The Silver Linings Playbook, The Imitation Game, Into the Woods, Guardians of the Galaxy, and so it continues. And then I got a little bit carried away because I spent most of my life on an aeroplane, and I imagined my own book winning an Oscar. One may dream. I've already highlighted my opening gambit of the book, and of course it is important to reflect on behavior, and as we heard from the ambassador and others this morning, to reflect on the affect. But just to remind you, my interest is in the intellect. And I would encourage you to consider your own path of intellectual development. It's based on what we call the 4 overall competencies for executives, where of course you need technical competence, of course you need relational competence, there will always be other humans. But in addition to that, you need an intellectual competence and a contextual competence in order to deal with the challenges we face today. The logic is something like this. You currently have a set of results. Academic results, financial results, status, health results, power results, influence results, reputational results, whatever you might wish. It's easy to see how that emerges from behavior. Change the behavior and the results will change. But why behave in that way in the first place? Well, I would argue we make decisions both consciously and unconsciously and subconsciously. Why make decisions like that? I argue, colleagues, because of the way we think. Why think that way? Because we think of the world in a certain way, something we might call philosophy. And I've done some work with colleagues to develop an index of philosophy to help senior executives around the world understand why they think, in fact, the way that they do. Of course, this is influenced by emotion. I've already expressed my ignorance on the subject. And our schema. Of course, everything that shapes us, where we were born, the religion that we were born into, the families, the uncles and aunts, the teachers, and so on. So I would encourage you, colleagues, as you embark on solving the problems of the world at this fine institution, that you differentiate between sense-making and sense-taking. Sense-taking is simply absorbing the dominant narrative, reporting most of what you've heard as if it is somehow your original work. Fortunately, the higher education sector in this country, despite some of its challenges, remains vibrant, with scholars among the best in the world. Those not only taking sense, but in fact making sense for themselves. And then, buoyed by the idea of creative thinking, also featuring in my bouquet of work around the world, I identified a few alternatives in addition to sense-taking. There is the experience we've all had of suffering the consequence of engaging with a rather low intellect. They do walk among us. None of them in this room, of course. But it is something that I have described as sense-aching. In addition to which, there are those who claim to know how the world works, everything from typhoons to global economics and tariffs, which I shall describe as sense-faking. Some of us only read the headlines, in the same way that we might clear the leaves off a lawn in autumn. Just the headlines, which I've described as sense-raking. Sometimes we put it all together in confusing ways. I've described that as sense-caking, caking it all together. Occasionally, to be truly creative, it is incumbent upon us, as those in the higher education sector, researchers, scholars, and students, to make sure that there is occasional sense-breaking. That the sense that we're taking no longer makes sense. And sometimes the wrong sense should stop its momentum. I've called that sense-breaking. As we emerge into a newer realization, we might refer to that as sense-waking. As it incubates in our mind, as I'm hoping my talk does today, you might call that sense-baking. I've only got 17 more of these, not to worry. I'll conclude on the last two. In higher education, dear colleagues, we must be intellectually bold and engage in what we might call sense-staking. To propose, as they say in France, the force de la proposition, the power of recommending. Of course, with the commensurate emotional intelligence to know that the vast majority of your recommendations will be rejected, but that is nonetheless part of the contribution process. And that enables us finally to engage in sense-making. Well, why study the mind as a futurist? Well, I'm buoyed by Churchill, who also lived in war times as we do today, who said the empires of the future are in fact the empires of the mind. The mind, I'm arguing, shapes the decisions of decision makers. What is the nature of their minds? What happens there? Of course, mindset is something I hear about all the time. I'm sure you yourself have been engaged in large sessions like these, where some senior person in the front of the room will say, it's all about mindset. Everyone nods in agreement, and I always like to sidle up to someone during coffee and say, what do you think that means? And normally the response is, it's very important, you know. But do you have a sense of what it's regarding? I say, well, it's a really serious issue that we must address. Occasionally, they will throw at you in the same context the word paradigm. It's really about a paradigm. My experience around the world is that the only contribution most people can make to the word paradigm is that somehow it requires a shift. We're not sure in which direction, from where, to where, but we know that it must be shifting. So on my reflections on the subject, of course, we can accept that the human mind is complex, that the human cannot be boxed. We know this, that you think about your own mindset and that has limitations, that of course your own philosophy is fluid and contextual. It depends, does it not? And like all behavior, it forms patterns. But I'm arguing for mind intelligence, for a world in flux. A world in flux, which we all discuss, very few of us study. So mindset, I'm arguing, can be thought of, mindset, as a set, in the sense that one can set the mind, calibrate the mind. And we can ask ourselves, those who make decisions in large institutions in the world, at what level are their minds set? One might think of mindset as embracing a set of ideas, that every idea that we can conceive of immediately arrives with other ideas attached. I can say any word and a number of ideas would come to mind. Osadi, womanism, feminism, technology, and a number of ideas would immediately arise. One might think of mindset as simply the idea that, and of course this is dangerous, that the mind has set, like cement, not really the fluidity we need. And then, of course, that you can set your attention with your mind. Some of you will recall the famous song that I have my mind set on you. The mind is a curious thing. In research, we often study distinctions such as these, where everyone thinks they're contributing enormously to the progress of the world, but in reality only a few do. It is incumbent upon us, dear colleagues, to study the patterns. They can be hard to find. But what are those thinking patterns, those intellectual patterns? You need a bit of distance to arrive at those patterns. And when you get that distance, sometimes the patterns become more clear. It's been my work to try to figure out what are those fractals of the mind. Could we identify those patterns that repeat again and again, some of them functional, some of them utterly destructive? This is not to suggest that there is some kind of perfect mindset for the time we're in, but we need to explore at least the degree of compatibility and complementarity that our minds might have to our epoch. And when there is this incompatibility and lack of complementarity between our minds, our thinking on the one hand, and our epoch on the other, I think it's time for thinking to make that comeback after all. When I do this work with leaders around the world, it often takes the form of a curriculum, something like this, that we must establish an environment in which thinking is in fact valued. And I would argue that some large organizations have, in fact, an anti-intellectual agenda, not a-intellectual, anti-intellectual, that the intellect is something that's simply not welcome. In addition to that, the possibility of building a thinking ecosystem at various levels, both at, let's say, a sector level such as higher education, but also an individual level, your own thinking ecosystem. Are you surrounding yourself with thinkers at the right level? Well, you're here today. That's a good start. Then some methodologies on thinking, including analytical thinking, which we should have learned by now since the first and second industrial revolution, but some can still benefit from more reading on the subject. As one antithesis of analytical thinking, systemic thinking or systems thinking, a much more holistic approach to how we can solve problems. Then strategic thinking, a question we were all asked at the interview. Program director, do you consider yourself a strategic thinker? Oh yes, of course, needless to say. The interviewer has no idea what it means. the program director is thinking about it. I help various leaders around the world at supposedly extraordinarily senior levels who have a surprisingly low appreciation of what it might mean to be strategic as opposed to tactical. In addition to these modalities, design thinking, which I think has become very popular among many, then creative thinking, effectual thinking, the way that entrepreneurs think, the way that they start to shape the world around us in highly original ways, futures thinking, one of my personal favorites, computational thinking, I think becoming increasingly important in the era we're in with the artificial version of intelligence I've highlighted, and directional thinking. Let me spend perhaps a moment or two on directional thinking. Directional thinking. In that sense-making process, I think it is important for us as scholars, students, researchers, and practitioners to reflect on what we read. Of course, reading has come under enormous pressure. What's the point of Instagram headlines after all if I have to read the whole thing? So yes, of course we have to consume the text, but we all know that the text is not enough. For true sense-making, we need to understand what is with the text, the context. But reading one text only is hardly sufficient in the complexity we face today. We need some sense of the intertext. What is the connectedness between these various texts? With great caution, of course, for the pretext, that which is presented to us as the main rationale for the text. Colleagues, let me delve more deeply for just a moment into the notion of directional thinking. I've reflected here on the idea of the word ward in the English language, which I think is a beautiful word, and it's most typically found in language such as the psych ward, which is where I think many senior executives are soon arriving. And of course, that's not sufficient because we don't want them all to be locked up and straight-jacketed. So let's briefly have a look at what our language tells us about the ward when it comes to warding off creative lethargy and a lack of kind of direction in our institutions as they express themselves around the world. Well, here's a danger, isn't it? Backward. Perhaps you've been involved recently in a project often referred to in the corporate environment as a back to basics program. Back to basics. I'm familiar with several SOEs, the country will remain unnamed, where most of these SOEs have run at least 10 back to basics program. Why is it doomed to fail from the view of a futurist? Well, where would we like to go? The future. What shall we call the program? Back. What would we like? Creativity and innovation. What shall we call the program? Basics. It's unlikely to be successful, isn't it? I know that those of you enamored of the past have some challenge what I'm presenting to you here. But not only am I ignorant about emotions, dear colleagues, the past also remains a mystery to me. I have little knowledge, nor do I have much curiosity therein, because the only thing that remains is the future. That is all we have left. In addition to backward, many of us are encouraged to move inward. You may have heard some of my colleagues at business schools encouraging the idea that you must look inside yourself. Colleagues, I highly discourage this practice. Do not look inside yourself. Unless you are suffering a terrible intestinal medical emergency, it is a bad idea. The reason it is a bad idea for strategists and futurists is that's not where the change will come from. Now I know some of you have been told by my misguided fellow business scholars that the change starts with you. Well, there's very little scientific evidence for this, isn't there? Let me give you a simple multiple choice question. You have to choose simply from A or B. I will offer you two options. Choose from A or B. Are you ready? This is a university. Let there be some assessment. Choose from A or B. From which one of the following two options is it most likely to start? Option A, you. Option B, any one of the other 8.4 billion. Which one is more probable? Now, I know your mother told you you're special. But it's a simple matter of mathematical probability, which is why the disruption almost always comes from the outside. Those of you old enough will remember an advert that helped us to understand this. It was an advert in the 1980s. Electricity supply was unreliable. Some things don't change. And a large multinational said, we have a plan. We can sell baby powder to adults and they can put it in their coffee. And there was an advert for the consumer education to help them understand that this milk should not be held in the fridge. Some of you will remember the advert. There was a man at the fridge. He was looking for the milk. He had a rather low intellect, wouldn't follow this presentation. How do we know this? He was quick to anger, often a sign of a low intellect, no sense of humor whatsoever. Also, he continues to search for the milk within a 1 cube meter. He proceeds on the same basis. He thinks looking in the same place harder. That's the answer. He gets more and more frustrated. He runs out of strategies, has no creativity, eventually gives up his search, consults the consultant in the bedroom. He publishes his concern. He says, I'm unable to find the milk. You can hear from her tone of voice, she's realizing in that moment, I have married below myself. The whole thing ends in divorce. They don't show the whole movie. They just show this one scene where she says, listen, you idiot, it's not inside. Even when he hears the instruction, he grapples with it. His mind struggles to process this simple instruction. It must be inside, surely. Eventually he surrenders. It's not inside. It's not inside. Inside is dangerous because you start to look and feel special. And that means dysfunctional behavior starts to be defended on the grounds that you're different. We call that strategic exceptionalism. It is a risk for higher education as much as it is a risk for our country, as much as it is a risk for us individuals. Let me wrap up. I've got 3 minutes to go. Here's another risk, downward. Analysts are always concerned with thinking downward. Yeah? You've seen people like this, you work with them, they talk like this, their hands go like this. What are they talking about? They want to get down to business. Somehow down is the answer for them. Why is down the answer? Well, because they're trying to get to the bottom of it. That's where the answer lies. What will we do when we get to the bottom? Well, we'll unpack it. No one knows who packed it. It always seems to arrive pre-packed. Why do we want to unpack it? Well, obviously, we want to get on the same page, don't we? No one knows who wrote the book or how many pages there are, but it's the same page we want to arrive at. Downward is dangerous. When you combine backward, inward, and downward, it tells you where you're going. You're going backward, inward, and downward. So how about onward? There's some momentum. How about outward? The future is already here. It's outside of ourselves, already happening. It's just not evenly distributed. What about upward? Can we think at higher order levels of cognition? And then, of course, forward. The only thing that remains. Let us make sure that we move toward those solutions at the mercy of our intellect. And if you're really creative, perhaps explore being a little bit wayward. When you do that, you will have the experience of being ever so slightly awkward. But these are your only options for the true intellectual. Otherwise, you are intellectually a coward. But if you explore these options, yours is a tremendous intellectual reward. Dear colleagues, it's been an absolute treat spending time with you. You've been wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mostert. I don't know, you took me on a journey. I don't know where you took the rest of us. But I'm sure that as we break for some refreshments, there will be lots for us to think about, lots for us to talk about. Sense-making versus sense-taking. Collaboration versus cooperation, because often cooperation sits in compliance. We need to create moments to think. And once we have those moments, we need to think some more. It's good to sometimes be awkward, because that maybe suggests that you are directional in your thinking. I was actually sitting here and thinking about this name, catalytic. Because a catalyst is something that speeds stuff up, but they don't participate and they are not changed by the process. So what does that mean for what we're trying to do as we impact? So thank you for your time. I do know that you need to rush. I just have a small token of appreciation, and I will bring your stick as well. So ladies and gents, it's time for us to take a well-deserved break, refreshment break. And according to my program, we'll be back here at 12:15. So thanks again. Let's give another round of applause to our speaker, Dr. Mostert.
So all I have to say to end the session is onwards and upwards to our tea break. Forward. we have a really high caliber, another very high caliber panel that's going to enlighten us on natural sciences, particularly in biotechnological studies. So again, just a reminder for the student support, Exam Hall 1, CNA, Exam Hall 1 is where you want to go and see that. And yeah, so for the natural sciences, I'd like to introduce Professor Patience Mtunzi Kufa, who is going to invite her panel onto the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session. I also greet our colleagues at Mackleneck. We welcome you as well. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to today's panel discussion on biotechnological innovations for health, for food safety, as well as sustainable futures. You will see from our program that biotechnology is one of the most transformative scientific disciplines of our time. It is revolutionizing healthcare, it's strengthening food security and safety, it's protecting our environment, and it's creating entirely new industries that contribute to economic growth and improved quality of life. So I've got a very good panel of experts that's going to be engaging with us, and I'm very excited this afternoon. They'll be representing different parts of the biotechnology innovation ecosystem, and together they will offer perspectives spanning across different ranges, from research, from healthcare implementation, food security, engineering, artificial intelligence, as well as commercialization. So it's going to be a very nicely interdisciplinary program. So we're looking forward to that. And rather than each and every one of them presenting as a separate entity, we're going to rather have a discussion, and we're going to have an engagement this afternoon. So let's approach it like that. Without any further ado, allow me to introduce the panelists themselves. I'm going to give very brief introductions because we only have an hour, and as I said, this is a powerful panel, and if I were to read their bios, I'm sure we'll be in this room till the cows come home, so we don't want that. Okay, I'll first call up Professor Mohammed Saeed, who is the head of microbiology at the National Health Laboratory Services, and he's also at the University of Pretoria. Prof, please welcome. You are more than welcome to come on stage and take the first orange chair. Thank you, Prof. Okay, then I will call Dr. Charlotte Maseremule to join us as well. Dr. Maseremule is a senior manager, and she's joining us from Biotech Innovations and Commercializations Market Access Africa. So, Doc, please. Next, I call somebody who's not, you can, oh, sorry, please come and sit next to Prof. Okay, so the next candidate for the orange chair, in case I forget, Prof. Sudesh Sivarasu, who was our keynote speaker yesterday. Prof. Sivarasu is joining us from the University of Cape Town, Biomedical Engineering and Innovation, and he's the director of the Biomedical Engineering Research there. Welcome, Prof. Thank you. Before I forget, I know congratulations do not expire, Prof. Prof. Sivarasu is a double Science Oscar awardee, so congratulations, Prof. All right, and then last but certainly not least, I invite Dr. Nomusa Dlamini, who is a principal researcher as well as a research group leader from the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, my former home. And she is coming to join us from the Nutrition and Food Safety Program there. Welcome, Doc. Okay, and to our audience. Thank you. Now that everybody is nicely seated, to our audience, I would like to encourage you to please listen in and keep your questions to the end. So unlike the previous panel, I will save the questions and answer session to the end. So if you can just remember that. And remember, I also have a nice prize for the person who asks the most interesting question. So my panelists, I give that responsibility to you to help me in checking who comes up with a most punchy question. And also to the audience in Pretoria, the same applies. Right, so with the formalities out of the way, I think let's get into the thick of things. Right, so to my panelists, I want to ask a question that I'll give you an opportunity to all answer as we start our panel discussion, right? And I would like you to, give an answer that's very concise, and then we move forward. When you think about South Africa's future, let's say for the coming 10 years, right? Where do you think, or where do you believe biotechnology can make the greatest impact? Like in the coming 10 years. And we'll start with you, Prof, and then we'll move along the line from my right. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for that question there. And is it afternoon already? Yes, afternoon to all the audience. Yes, thanks for that question. I think from the medical side, especially in the pathology discipline, I think the biggest difference that we can make in 10 years is to reduce mortality that stems from antimicrobial resistance, and which is, as I think most of your audience might know, and the panelists I'm sure knows, one of the biggest scourges, even as explained by the WHO, to human health. So I see biotechnology playing an important role in developing diagnostic tools to aid in the decreasing the mortality that is there from antimicrobial resistance.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Maseremule, can you give us your reflections on the same question?
Absolutely, thanks, Prof. So I'll shy away a little bit from the specific technologies and zoom out a bit to a more systems approach. So for me, biotechnology is one of those very few sectors that where investment automatically or simultaneously impacts health, industrial development, and national competitiveness. So I think if we focus more around building systems that strengthen biotechnology moving from the lab to the market, that's where our biggest gains are. So industrial development, manufacturing capabilities, jobs that are high value, I think that's where biotechnology creates the most impact. So socioeconomic, health, but approaching it from a national ecosystem perspective. Thanks.
Thank you for that answer. Prof.
Thank you for a fantastic question, Chair. My reflection is slightly, again, at the systems level. I think biotechnology cannot be differentiated to just human health or animal health or something specific. We got to think slightly broader and how the world is going in terms of One Health. I think we're going to have more and more One Health related interventions because we are only as good as the weakest link in our food chain. So any one of those things is compromised, our whole ecosystem would be disturbed. So I do feel like we will be moving more and more away from focused areas of research into more systemic research and more, as the other speakers were saying, more implementation of innovations, making sure that it actually gives a circular economy back so that we feed into our ecosystem as well as the ecosystem feeds into us. So I do see that this is going to transform into something more comprehensive in the next near 10 years.
Thank you, Prof. Doc?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And I think I'll also leverage on the health aspect in terms of biotechnology, but looking at it from the point of view of food security, food safety, and nutrition. Biotechnology is actually it has already played an increasing role in terms of improving nutritional value of some of our crops. Also, in terms of food security, where we say that there is no food security. Food security basically is the availability of safe and nutritious food. So, standing at the edge of nutrition already, I've said nutrition is benefiting. In terms of food safety is also benefiting a lot from biotechnology, because now we have all these, what can I say? We have got all these detection methods that use DNA, that use RNA, biosensors that are faster than the traditional methods of using culture. So yeah, we are improved. Biotechnology is playing a key role in terms of improving food safety and also integrating it to AI as well. It's easier now to integrate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Dlamini, for that, and to the rest of the panel as well. Already we are hearing several common themes that are emerging from just this one question, ranging from improving healthcare to food security, and definitely the biotechnology ecosystem. Maybe let's transition a bit and say, every biotechnology breakthrough begins with a research result, right? And only a small proportion of these excellent research programs actually make it as products and to generate impact and also to be applicable in the direct people's lives. And Prof. Sudesh, you gave a very lovely keynote address yesterday. I want to ask you a question on the many breakthrough technologies that begin at university laboratories. What distinguishes the research that changes lives from the research that remains confined in publications?
That's a great question, and it's a very close question to my heart, because I always keep asking this to myself. Who's going to benefit from this? And very often we think that the readers of our publication are our target audience, but I think we need to think beyond it. Our research can impact every individual on this planet. So for that, we need to go beyond publications. I'm not saying publication is bad. Publication is a good media to communicate to this audience, but it may not be a good media to translate it to the audience who actually need our research, which is more than just publication. So which is an intentional effort to convert your ideas, to convert your findings, to convert your innovations into something that can be translated. And that's a collective effort. And it can't be done just by the researchers alone. As I was saying yesterday as well, it needs an ecosystem, and there are several players in the ecosystem who can actually contribute positively in this translatory effort. And going back to the theme of the discussion, biotechnology, things cannot be done in silos. What happens in the labs will have to correlate with what's happening on the field. Because as Prof. Said was saying, antimicrobial resistance, it's a major problem. Collectively kills more people than TB and HIV combined. And still, we do have interventions that are in our traditional practices that we are not implementing in our day-to-day clinical practice. And this is where I think our knowledge gap is growing. And there is an opportunity to bridge this by intentionally making our effort focused on public, making our effort focused on translation, making our efforts focused on products, and essentially to create all of this, we need the pipeline, which is the intelligent researchers who can actually take these innovations into the market. So there is a concentrated and a focused effort needed to go outside laboratories into the fields.
Thank you, Prof. Certainly, we really need to put much effort to take these technologies from the bench to commercialization, and thanks for that answer. Dr. Dlamini, maybe just to look at it from the now food systems aspect, our food faces a number of challenges, from climate change to food contamination. How do you think biotechnology is helping us to rethink food safety and build more resilient food systems?
In terms of what biotechnology can do in terms of building resilient food systems, if you can we can look at one of the researches that we're doing on mycotoxin contamination, which is closely linked to climate change. You know, with climate change, especially in Africa, our climate favors growth of fungi, and these fungi, under certain conditions, they will produce mycotoxin. And Africa is one of the parts of the world where we have mycotoxin contamination, which is very high. You know, mycotoxins result in some types of cancers, for example, aflatoxin. So the research that we're doing, it leverages biotechnology in that we are producing a toolkit that can be utilized by any layman who is sufficiently trained. You don't have to be a scientist to detect these aflatoxins. We know that traditionally you need high-end equipment like your HPLCs, your MS. With this kit, which is a lateral flow test kit, most of it is actually all of them for mycotoxins that are imported into South Africa at a cost. And then we ask ourselves question, how adapted is it to the local conditions? So borrowing on biotechnology, we're actually now able to produce our own lateral flow kits, which we are ready to evaluate. So productization, as Prof has mentioned, is very key to bringing science closer to the people and making food safer, especially along the food production value chain, which talks to food systems, the production systems, the way the food is handled, microbial contamination in terms of Listeria, Salmonella. Some of the detection methods now are faster, 10 times faster than the traditional ones, where you had to wait for several days and for a color reaction. But using DNA fingerprinting, you can actually ensure that your food that accesses the market is safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dlamini. And you know, one of the other issues that is a concern is that of food wastage. I wonder if maybe you could touch on that a bit. You know, why is it that we see a lot of food being wasted when there's so many people that go hungry?
Yeah, I think the challenge is the food value chain, from production to the time it gets to the consumer plate, and understanding how safe is our food and how do we make it last longer. For example, smart packaging, which also borrows on biotechnology, that can tell you when the food is expired using certain sensors. It can tell you that. And even smart packaging, sometimes it can even inhibit microbial growth, for example, by incorporating other bioactive, which are natural, but we can also generate them using biotechnology. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dlamini. What I like is that already you're talking about what I asked Prof. Sudesh on, which is the issue of research translation, and you are already mentioning products that are coming to the fore, and some are already, on their way to commercialization. I would like to switch gears a bit by going on to you, Dr. Masere Mole, and ask you, why do so many excellent biotechnology innovations fail to reach the market? Now that we're talking about this transitioning from, the bench top to commercialization, we see that many of those products don't make it to, the end user. Why is that?
Yeah. And I mean, this is an age-old question, and I think to which we know the answers, but unfortunately it doesn't sink in most contexts. So I'll explain. And I'll explain it from the health perspective, which is where I'm, so health biotech, just to make the context a little bit more specific. When we're designing diagnostic tools, therapeutics, vaccines in the lab, scientists don't necessarily consider translation and commercialization early on. So translation comes much earlier than commercialization. There's a distinction there, and it's important. Translation asks, who needs this? Who is going to use it? Is it going to be used by the end user or the clinician? Is it manufacturable? Can it be regulated, or is it a regulated product? And would we even have the system in whatever markets that you're targeting that regulate these things? How will it get to the people? Who will buy it? and what health systems are primed to absorb this type of thing. Those questions need to be asked as the science is evolving, not at the end where you have a prototype and you need to get into clinical validations, but you don't even know which partners that you have to partner with to design a clinical study and commission it in specific markets, and whether the markets that you're even targeting are actually feasible, and whether the in-country regulatory mechanisms allow for that, or do you have to go directly to the ministries of health? So those types of considerations are ignored until much later. And then you get to, like I say, your preclinical trials and so on. Now you start thinking about who do I talk to, where is SAPRA, and what's going on, what paperwork do I need, what certifications do I need? Then it becomes a really, really cumbersome and expensive exercise. So coordination from the beginning, dealing with professionals like ourselves, so people who have gone through science, understand product development, regulatory science, financing, market access. We need to work together, and as Prof was saying, silos are the problem. So there's a lack of coordination. We need to ask the right questions earlier on and then get coordinated partnerships.
Thank you for that. And you know, this now excites me because what you are mentioning speaks to some of the key points that Prof touched on yesterday morning in his keynote address. Now, it then leads to a follow-up question to you, Dr. Maseremole, to say, what needs to change in the relationship between researchers, industry, as well as inventors to improve this successful commercialization?
So 2 things that come to mind. One, we have to have a joint vision, so common vision. So what is it that, as you know, South Africa or this particular institution or this group of institutions, what is it that we're targeting? So you can form a consortium that says University of Cape Town is going to partner with CSIR and a private sector entity to develop a diagnostic tool for disease X. Then you get the funding that will support this research and development exercise. But some of the things that are happening now that are exciting for us is that while this is happening, while the research and development work is happening, the funder, like your GIZ, your Gates and others, they are very intentional now about safeguarding their investments. So they'll bring on an entity like a Market Access Africa or another healthcare life sciences consulting firm to say, as the researchers are doing their research work, let's connect them with market intelligence, let's connect them with regulatory science and the relevant partners in country and in the regional space. Let's also add another layer, which is technical assistance, to help them think like business people. Even though they're scientists, we're not saying we're going to take all of the scientists and turn them into entrepreneurs, but just introducing that thinking earlier on as they're developing. So those are some of the things that I believe are impactful now, and we're seeing results with some of the South African entities, private sector, so biotech startups, science councils, and universities, and we're really excited about that. The second element, I think, trust. It's not mine, it's not yours, it's ours. And that goes back to the common vision.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maseremole. You know, this discussion reminds us that innovation is not only about scientific excellence, but to a great degree, it is about partnerships, about funding, about regulation, entrepreneurship, and understanding societal needs. So if we approach our research in our different research spaces, we need to keep all of those key elements in mind. Let's now transition a bit and go to you, Prof. Saeed. As the head of microbiology at the NHLS, you are at the forefront of laboratory medicine and infectious disease surveillance. How is biotechnology changing the way South Africa detects, monitors, and responds to emerging health threats? You know, when you listen to the news recently, there's an outbreak of Ebola, and it's really creating a nightmare. So, thinking about such, how do you think biotechnology is improving these scenarios and these challenges?
Yes, thanks for that vital question at this point in time in history. So I think it comes back to what also Dr. Dlamini was saying, is that biotechnology is improving our diagnostics of these diseases here. So previously, whereas we would, let's say, take from a blood sample, we have to collect a blood sample from a patient who may be sick, then we have to incubate it in conditions which mimic the body. After you incubate it, then we must take the blood and put it onto plates and agar plates in the laboratory, and then after a couple of days we'll give you the answer. I think biotechnology is taking us to a point where we can give answers within minutes. And molecular techniques, sequencing technologies is becoming more and more available and affordable. And this is helping us to diagnose disease, but also in terms of surveillance, they will give us an idea as to detecting outbreaks in terms that you can recognize which strains are similar strains. In terms of Ebola, which strain is it that's causing the problem, and we can hone in on the specific treatment of that particular strain or genotype of the disease. So this is where I think it's going.
Okay. And any further contributions from the members of the panel, on the same type of question that Prof has just been talking to?
Well, I'll pass on the mic. So I mean, efficiency. That's number one, and not just in the actual detection technologies themselves, but now we have, as Dr. Dlamini has also mentioned, AI-enabled tools, where AI is not just enabling us to have efficiency in discovering biomarkers and developing these molecules that will help us detect, but rather help in monitoring systems, so remote monitoring, and then help and strengthening data capturing and storage, and how we evaluate that data and how it transforms health systems building going forward. So those are some of the contributions that I have on that.
Thanks, Dr. Maseremule. And Prof, maybe before you go, something comes to mind, Prof. Mahomet, recently, there has been reports as well in the news. I think I heard it 2 days ago about animals that are being fed ARVs in order to, enhance the weight of the carcasses. And you just spoke about antimicrobial resistance in your opening remarks, as becoming one of the world's greatest public challenge. How can biotechnology help South Africa to stay ahead of this growing threat?
Yes, I also heard it over the news. It's the first time I heard, I think it was in Zimbabwe, that they're feeding chicken the ARVs to promote growth. For us, I mean, this has been going on for a long time in terms that we know that certain antibiotics like colistin, which is an antibiotic, is fed to animals in this country as well to promote growth. So this is something which we need to regulate a bit better. And what happens is that when it is used in animals to promote growth, then there's a spillover into humans. And these bugs that are in animals become resistant to these antibiotics that are used for the growth of animals, and then that resistance comes into the human population as well. I think biotechnology plays a role in this part, in detecting this, especially with regards to wastewater surveillance from areas, from abattoirs and these areas. Biotechnology plays a great role with metagenomics, etc. There's lots of tools that can help us to detect these antibiotics in wastewater and then give us a heads up of, before there is an implosion in the human population.
Okay, thank you, Prof. And you mentioning technologies that, are advances that depend on biology, but not only that, on engineering. And this is then taking me back to Prof. Sudesh. Because now we're looking at engineering, artificial intelligence, and data sciences as all technologies that can be integrated in order for us to come up with very novel and innovative solutions. So, Prof, to you, I'm asking, how do engineering, artificial intelligence, and biotechnology converge to create this next generation of diagnostics as well as healthcare technologies, like Prof was just alluding to now?
Absolutely, that's a great question, and I think all of us are in that nexus where we are thinking about the next possible AI model that is going to change how we operate in our clinical practices as well as in our biotechnology research space. Interestingly, I came across a very, it's a combined tool that helps clinicians to make clinical decisions, but it's a combination of multiple AI models that are currently in the market. So there's a company that has introduced something of that sort, which I was reviewing yesterday, and I found that to be extremely interesting because so far we have been having standalone models giving us standalone specifications, but now they're going into almost harvesting intelligence from all of these models together and using a system that is one step higher to help with medical diagnostics, which is an interesting way of how things have been approaching. So to take a step back again, I need to ask this question to us, to all of us here. You know, we all use AI in some form or another, and are we using it at an appropriate level? Are we using it for mundane, routine work? And the same thing happens in research. We're not actually using the full potential of AI in research, and I think there's a bigger potential that we can unlock. For example, digital pathology, the whole area is growing as we speak. You know, China is extremely growing high in that particular space. Russia is actually, we have partners in Russia who are actually pushing the boundaries of digital pathology. And there is like, that's an area that we can actually venture in with not much of investments straight up. I think it's also about balance on what are the things that you want to fast track and how can AI actually help you to fast track these. I think we were also saying the gap between the industrialized nations and the non-industrialized nations have been reduced significantly with the advent of AI in manufacturing, because we are able to leapfrog many of these limitations which were only limited to industrialized nations in the past. So I do feel like this is going to be a space where biotechnological innovations, health technology innovations are going to have leapfrog movement in a positive direction because of the use of AI. For example, the whole regulatory processes or paperwork behind regulatory processes. If you know, filing a SAPRA compliance documentation, how complex that is, that could be automated with a very simple use of AI models. Things like that will allow us to answer your initial question, not thinking about translation at the end, to actually address it and start plugging it at the early stage as well. So it's also, you know, I kind of want to pick on the previous question as well, Chair. It's about, you know, for example, we talk about these new outbreaks, right? If we happen to have a lockdown, shutdown of a new pandemic on 1st of August, are we ready for it?
Are we ready for it?
You know, I think we need to ask this question because it's just, we're not going to wait for another 100 years for the next pandemic to happen. And then the next pandemic can happen in the same fast-track manner as how AI has reduced the gap in data processing. The evolution of pathogens are also happening in that rate. So the next pandemic could happen in 10 years' time. Are we ready for it? We need to ask this question because we definitely are assuming that things are going to come from overseas, things are going to come from outside the borders, and as we have always seen the challenge with supply chains, we need to actually have health sovereignty as the core, essence of everything that we do. So if we connect it all, AI is going to play a crucial, important factor in this. But at the same time, as Charlotte was also saying, and that Professor Syed was saying, trust is a key critical factor. So we can't just trust everything that is coming out there. We need to be creating our own African sandbox that we can use AI and see how the decisions are made and is it reliable or not. And we are not close to that. We are very far from it. Yeah. And we need to work on that to make those decisions reliable so that we can trust what AI is giving us.
Prof. Sivarashu, thank you so much for that input. And it actually elicits so much in my head, and I want to engage on it even more. But I just want to also hear from the same aspect of AI, in terms of the food technologies that you are seeing, Dr. Dlamini. Is what Prof. Sudesh saying resonating with you in the space of food safety and food security?
Yeah, actually you see that AI is increasingly being used. Yes, sometimes we use it to make our presentations look clever and look intelligent. But when you look at food processing, for example, where you have to actually control the processes to ensure that, let's say you are heating, you are subjecting an ingredient to a process to ensure that maybe it reaches, like for example in food, we talk about temperature, safe temperature of processing. Some equipment, they are manually operated where you get somebody, oh, the temperature is not right, take it out. But with AI, then you get automation where the temperature is not right. Even if the person looks away, the equipment will actually automatically remove that stuff. Also, maybe just stepping away, a little bit away from AI, going back to biotechnology, because biotechnology has enabled the adoption of AI, especially in food safety. We look at things like, here we're looking at honesty. Is the product you are selling to a consumer what it is? Let's say olive oil. We all know olive oil. Currently, we use all the sophisticated equipment, GCMSs, to derivatize and look for biomarker compounds. But with AI, machine learning, and biotechnology, we could actually simplify it. So it could be a future that that is opening many opportunities. At the same time, it's a future that could lead to also failures, because we don't want to over-rely on AI. We still need the human touch in there. If you look at a few years ago, we had meat that was being sold in supermarkets. You assume it's beef, you assume it's pork. But then when they use biotechnology tools, they picked that some of the sausages that we're buying were combined. Of course, I mean, from a food safety point of view, you can say what doesn't kill you will make you stronger. But at the same time, you want to know what you are eating. So authentication with biotechnology, AI, it makes it easier to authenticate a food product, an ingredient. Is it what it is? Use those tools and say, yes, it is safe. And yeah, we can go on and talk about several other things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Doc. And I mean, again, like Prof. Sudesh just now, you have, opened another, discussion altogether totally, which we could even engage the audience and ask on how much they trust what is in their plate is actually what the label says. But let's move on. Let's transition a bit. Today's discussion is really putting emphasis on one thing, that science excellence alone is not enough, right? So creating real impact requires an ecosystem where researchers, healthcare institutions, industries, investors, and policy makers work together. And now, the question that I want to ask, and to all of you, my panelists, is South Africa has talented researchers. I mean, I travel all over the world, and I can attest to the fact that we have one of the best researchers globally in South Africa, right? World-class science and innovation and innovative ideas are also, we also are rich, very much so in that. From your perspective, what are the key ingredients needed to build a thriving biotechnology ecosystem that translates this research into meaningful societal and economic impact?
Okay, I can try and start. So for me, it's understanding our environment, understanding our needs, and stretching ourselves to what is possible under the circumstances. And all that combined with scientific excellence, we can actually, create significance in terms of utilizing biotechnology. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dlamini. Prof?
Chair, you kind of touched on a very important point, I think. I agree with you 100% on this. South Africa has been blessed with some of the very, intelligent and academically sound researchers at student level as well as at an academic level. But the area where we don't do very well is sell and market our research. We are quite limited on that. We kind of undersell it. And especially we are quite humble about what we do in terms of selling our research. I think it's also about which makes our science more reliable in a way. So to your point, how can we actually make it translatable, or how can we make it impactful? I think we need to think about it in terms of, can we do it all, right? Can Unisa do it all? Can UCT do it all? Or can CSAR do it all? The answer is no. Then why are we trying to do it all, right? We need to ask this question to ourselves. So, but in the beginning, we know that we can't do it all. But from the beginning, why are we not having the right partners to begin with, as Dr. Charlotte was speaking to? So when we bring in these partners, the question to be asked is, what's in it for them and what's in it for us, right? And if we keep asking that, it will be clear that we are working towards an equal partnership. And I think we need to start creating equal partnership. And if you, I don't know how many of you actually engage with industries. The moment you say university, you're coming from a university, industry will run away. The simple reason is they are very dreaded about universities' IP policies. And we are all from universities, right? So we can speak to that. So when the next time you approach an industrial person, they will say, universities, you own the IP, you're not conducive for actually doing collaborative research. That mindset needs to be changed. Can we bring in like co-creating? Can we make them co-creators? Can we give them partnerships and IP so that they will be invested in the innovation that we are doing? And end users, in the yesterday's discussion, we were looking at end users as a final point. Why don't we bring the end users at the early stage in terms of co-designing so that we have a buy-in from them at the beginning, right? We create awareness about the diligent research that we do and create an ecosystem that cannot be solved by one individual player, but by multiple players together. So it again needs to be a collective effort, and we can be that role players who actually catalyze that particular ability of bringing everyone together, like what you're doing now, Chair. So that's dope.
Thank you so much, Prof. Collaboration. Dr. Maseremule.
Thanks so much, Chair. So I had just 3 Ps, but now Prof has added a 4th one. So policy. National policy has to inform what it is that we focus on, so that determines the 2nd P, priorities. Then the 3rd P is profitability. So profitability in not just making money, but so the socioeconomics of it all. The innovations that we're focusing on impacting people's lives, improving people's health, and also generating revenue for the country and giving people jobs, all of that. That's the 3rd one. The 4th is this partnerships. So coordination. And Prof mentioned having, say, universities or even science councils, for instance, partner with industry as co-creators. I like this. I have seen it work myself in my own experience, where I was working for a science council at the time. We partnered with an industry partner, so private sector company. We co-developed a health technology, so diagnostic tool, where typically things would take years and years to get together when you're at a university or a science council by yourself. Our process was accelerated such that within 2 years, we went from co-development to clinical validation, multi-site trial, to submitting not just to SAPRA, but to the WHO for pre-qualification consideration. This happened in 2 years. So absolutely, when you partner with the right people and you have the right incentives on the table, we can accelerate this type of work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maseremule, for that input. Prof. Said, from your side, same question.
Yeah, you know, I cannot stress again, as the panel was saying, how, you know, South Africa punches above its weight on the global stage with regards to scientific research. Speaking from the healthcare sector, pathology and the clinical side, I think that where we are lacking is that, you know, let's say you have, I'm going to speak to the molecular diagnostics because that is where things are moving towards rapid diagnostics. These technologies are expensive. And the problem is that when we engage with hospital managers, etc., that, you know, they don't see the long-term benefits of what a technology or new diagnostic is doing. So they would just say, it's too expensive. We can't implement this yet. And, you know, we need an approach where we have, you know, multidisciplinary teams, economists, biostatisticians, etc., to say that, look, no, you know, you're saving so much, you know, there's going to be so much less hospitalization, there's going to be so much less antibiotic use, costs come down in the long term. So I think that, you know, to progress, we need multidisciplinary teams.
Yes.
And again, just bringing home the coordination element. So in South Africa, unfortunately, we had a scenario where a locally developed product could not reach the market. It was eligible for a local tender with the Ministry of Health. However, pricing, there were a new entrant in the market. Pricing could not get them to be considered as one of the top three that would supply the country. It's locally developed by local scientists. It is manufactured in the country. 80% of the input material is from South African companies, but we cannot sell it to our own Ministry of Health. So there's a disconnect there. So the money to develop the product came from the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation and the DMRE. Now we're trying to sell to DOH, but DOH wants something that is at least R1 cheaper or whatever. But we're saying at national levels that we want to have resilience and strengthen our biotechnology system. So those disconnects are really disappointing, and we really need to address them at the highest levels and promptly.
Thank you, Dr. Maseremule. So what I'm clearly hearing from all four of you is that, you know, collaboration is key for building these thriving biotechnological ecosystems. You've spoken on the requirement of excellent science, of course, visionary leadership, sustained investment. Prof, you touched on policy support. You also, you know, talking more or less to the fact that entrepreneurial thinking and strong partnerships between academia, healthcare, and industry are all necessities, and from very early on in our research plannings. Now, I want us to take the driver's seat and put ourselves in the visionary's head, you know. I'm going to ask a question which I want all of you to give me an answer to and say, if we were to meet again in 10 years, let's say, you know, just hypothetically speaking, in 10 years' time, we're sitting on this podium and we're talking about biotechnology again. What biotechnology breakthroughs do you think, or do you even hope, South Africa will be internationally recognized for in 2035, 2036? Anyone can start, but I would expect a brief answer from each of you as we draw our discussions to the end.
Okay, maybe I can attempt that question first. I think that what I would like to see is that we must be the driver's seat in terms of diagnostics. We need to move away from the older ways in which we were doing things in the laboratory. we must move to the latest technology that is going to be available at that particular time, and we need to move with the technology. And where I see ourselves is that we must be able to give, from our side as pathologists, answers to clinicians within minutes, and that must have an effect on the treatment of the patient, and that leads to better outcomes of patient and longevity in the community, and vibrancy and health for everyone.
Thank you, Prof.
Thanks so much. So, okay, I'll approach it from two angles. One on the advanced technologies side, and then I'll give a second perspective. So on the more advanced type technologies, of course, genomics and precision medicine are becoming increasingly important, and Africa as a continent, our genetic diversity is a great advantage towards developing high-end, whether it's biomarkers for detection or therapeutics and better vaccines. So I think that's where we will be playing at punching, well, not above our weight just yet in 10 years, but actually punching on par perhaps. The second perspective is that I've found that not every innovation that is impactful has to be the most complex or sophisticated. So I want us to also think about innovation, biotechnology or otherwise, as a means to solve a problem. So whether it's, you're in Nigeria somewhere, you're developing a way to transport blood so that people in rural villages can have blood transfusions, or you are transporting a sample from a rural clinic into a lab in a way that is faster, greener, more affordable. I want us to think around those things so that we're not just focusing on what is the next big thing. Is it CRISPR-enabled diagnostics or CRISPR-enabled therapeutics and so on to solve oncology problems or infectious diseases? But what are the problems that are environment and context specific that we can solve quite quickly and leverage on lower hanging fruits? Thank you.
Yeah. And to a point, it's actually speaking to what your keynote addressed yesterday, Prof. Sivarasu, in the sense that she's talking about, solutions that are tailored to solving specific South African problems. Getting back to the question that I asked, can you give us your reflections?
Absolutely. I'm not sure if I can top that answer from Dr. Charlotte, but I will try. In 10 years' time, if we were to come and see what would be the next big change in the biotechnology space, we would definitely want to have the best of diagnostic ability, the best of technologies out there. But I think we are also, missing the fact that the diversity in the African genome is something that we need more work to be done. And specifically, personalized medicine is not necessarily an African thing yet, but we need to be pushing on it. Because we are assuming that, again, as I was saying yesterday, what works in the north, we are assuming that the same paracetamol will work for me, but it may not. So we need to have more and more efficient ways of identifying what actually works for us, and having what works for Africa to be made at least 90% of it in Africa. And it is supplied through our supply chains. So the government not just gets an African company, which is, white labeled product from China under a different disguise selling into our Department of Health. We need to actually have a full circular economy where we actually think about who manufactures it, where are the components coming from, where are the supplies coming from, where are the materials coming from, and can we factor that into our economic decisions so that we buy what we pay for and what is being supported by our taxpayers' money. So the real circular economy happens here. And to round it off, I think, from a medical devices point of view, where I come from, we are sitting with 89 to 91% of imports. And if we can tilt that balance to at least 40, the remaining coming from South Africa, or 20% imports and the rest from South Africa. And we should not only look at that, we are also should start looking at the rest of the world as a market where we can send our products from here to the rest of the world as well. So I think we are selling ourselves big time short in terms of the excellent scientific innovations that we are doing. We need to actually take into account how we can address our own problems and make ourselves self-sustainable in that aspect. in 10 years, hopefully we'll be able to do that.
Thank you, Prof. And I think what really resonates with me or is striking me in a very strong way, manner is when you say 90% of what works in South Africa must be made in South Africa. Gets one thinking. Dr. Dlamini?
I don't think I can say it better than my colleagues who've just spoken before me. For me, in 10 years' time, if we were to meet again, I think I want to see a situation where, especially our entrepreneurs who are producing food, you know, they are the future for tomorrow. If you look at Africa, well, 70% is agricultural, but I don't know how true, but are we self-sufficient? For me, to be looking at where, for them to access the markets, their food must be safe. Looking at technologies being taken to them, we are looking at the concept of a mobile food safety testing laboratory. And what technologies can we adopt? Judging by the conversations today, biotechnology is the way to go, where we can improve nutritional quality, safety, even issues like, I know you're talking of personalized medicine, I'm saying personalized nutrition is where we start. I mean, if you look at it's Hippocrates, I always call it Socrates, let thy food be thy medicine. So we have to start where food is and go all the way. Medicine is important. Preparedness for pandemic outbreak is important. But at the same time, food safety concerns are a concern. They are very important. I mean, we had hysteria just under 10 years ago, and we could have another outbreak, you know, heading its way. But with biotechnology, improved detection methods for contamination, we can actually suffer that. Thank you.
You all, the four of you have really been of great value to us this morning. You have given us so much wisdom and nuggets to take home. But it would be really amiss of me to let you go without asking for one more piece of advice. This one has to be specific to our learners, our students, you know, our aspiring biotechnologists in the field. And I know you've said so much that they are taking home and that they will be continuing to reflect upon. But just one advice that you would give to a young scientist considering a career in biotechnology today, something that, you know, when they hear Dr. Masere Mule, it will immediately come back to their head. And maybe because I've started talking to Dr. Masere Mule, we should give her the mic. I'm sorry, I know it seems like I'm putting you on the spot, but let's give you the mic first. Give our young colleagues advice, then we take it from the rest of the panelists. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Well, I guess I'm the one closer in age to the students here, but anyway. I do. So I'll say this, innovate with impact in mind. That's the tagline. That's what you should remember Dr. Masrubule having said. What I mean by that is, as we're in the lab designing really, really cool solutions, let's think about how they will impact positively on society, whether it's better food security, whether it's climate resilience, or health, better public health, strengthened public health. Let's innovate with impact in mind. And as you're navigating your innovation journey, don't marry yourself necessarily too early on to a specific path. What do I mean by that? I still a scientist, started off as a scientist, moved across PhD, postdoc, all of that, and then, but have always kept in touch with industry and knew that I wanted a business and science marriage. So did that after postdoc, and now I'm in market access, dealing with product development, regulatory, public health policy, and market access. So don't limit yourself to one specific career path. So the impact part of it is you making a difference, not just your solutions in the lab making a difference. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Prof. Said?
Are we according to the age?
Yes.
Yeah, just kidding. Okay, my advice is to anybody that's working towards developing a tool or something towards improving patient care, please do not think about, when you are developing that in your mind, do not think about how famous I can get and how many publications I can get, how much money I'm going to make. No, but it should be patient-centered, and think about at the end of who you're working for. Think about it that, you know, it could be my mother, my father, my sister, my child that's there, and when you're working, you are working towards improving that patient's life at the end of the day. That's what I would advise.
Thank you, Prof. I'm not going to mention names. I'm just going to let it go naturally.
I'm just jumping, just to be in that ascending order. I just want to check in the audience. Is there any medical doctor in the audience? Any one medical doctor in the audience? Okay, I hope nobody is in Pretoria as well. So I can speak freely about this now. So if you're a medical doctor, just imagine how many patients can you treat in your lifetime? 10 per day. If you work for 200 days, 2,000 per year, right? And if you work for 30 years or 40 years of your career, what does that make? About 80,000 people? 100,000 people plus or minus? That's the impact that you can give in delivering healthcare as a medical doctor in your lifetime. But you as biotechnology researchers, if you can solve one problem, one useful problem, that can impact millions of people's lives. So don't underestimate what you can actually solve if you can solve the right problem. So take that to heart. You know, if you can choose the right problem to solve, you can impact more than 8 billion population. So that's the power of biotechnology. So with that, I'll close.
Okay, for me, being the last one to speak, I think they've said everything. I don't have to add anything. So I'm from the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. So, I mean, I'm honored to be at Unisa today with all these high-level scientists. And, you know, science must have impact. I think they've already said it. And when, as a young scientist, as we have here today, think of what will your knowledge of science, what change will it bring? Will it bring change to your grandmother? I think they mentioned it. Will it bring change to the entrepreneur who's trying to process? I'm looking at, you know, the recent foods, traditional foods that we've been eating, for example, fermented products like mutoho or maheu. We're now increasingly, we are saying that those foods have health impacts because they affect our gut microbiome. So sitting here in 10 years' time, maybe we need to know what impact will drinking maheu have on our gut microbiome. Can we test it? Do we have biotechnology techniques that we can use to improve such products? Even in terms of food safety, but I don't want to go on and on and on. But basically, just look at what you have around you. How can your knowledge of science make a difference? It might not make a difference today. I know almost 20 years ago when I joined the CSIR, we had a technology which we thought it was brilliant. We went to industry and they told us, nah, it's too expensive, too risky. But, you know, industry maybe wasn't ready, but we think we're getting to that phase where we are almost getting, with the circular economy and things like that, we are almost getting there. So we have 10 years from now, maybe things that we are pushing under the carpet today, they might be coming up again. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of you, my panelists. Your inputs, your contributions are totally appreciated. In isiZulu, ngizothi ngiswela imilomo yokubonga, which is loosely translated as I'm utterly appreciative of your time. Thank you so much. We've come to a time now in our program where we are drawing everything down, and I then invite the members of the audience. I think we have about 5 minutes. So, Program Director, I'm not sure how many questions can we accommodate. Okay, so that's a fair number. So I saw your hand first. I'll take yours, and then maybe let's balance the room. Okay, I'll take yours next, and then from this side, I'll take yours. Ish, now I have all three ladies. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Prof. Sudesh spoke about the One Health concept, and I think it was only fair for me to say something. I'm currently working on an ecotoxicology project, and Dr. Dlamini, I think this question is for you. The project that I'm currently working on speaks to this One Health concept where, in a nutshell, our environment affects what the health conditions that we have. So I'm focusing on pesticides which actually are used in agriculture and which ultimately have an effect of food security or food safety. So I would like to know from you if you would say we have strategies that are put in place or that are pending implementation for a multidisciplinary approach, because one of the panelists spoke about having a multidisciplinary team for the challenges that we're currently having. So do we have those strategies which are being implemented or pending implementation for a multidisciplinary approach in policy enforcing to ensure profitability? I took from most of your jargon, to ensure profitability of the consumer, and in this case, this being us who are buying whatever food that we get from agriculture.
Okay, thank you for that question. What I forgot to ask is that before you ask your question, you introduce yourself first. Maybe you can give us a brief intro of who you are.
Oh, perfect. I'm Smangele Mazibugo. I am currently doing my PhD with the University of South Africa with the College of Agricultural and Environmental Sciences.
Thank you. Thanks, Nozipo. We move on to the next question. We'll take the last question and then the panel can respond.
Thank you so much, Prof. My name is Lele, Unisa staff member and student. Maybe one can thank how you've handled the panel discussion so far. It was very good. My question, which was almost answered, Dr. Dlamini, is the issue of collaboration. We do research as scholars, we bank it, we keep it somewhere, but there's a group of people, your traditional healers or your traditional nutritionists that are continuing with research, but in the academic space, because they cannot reference, we did not write, how do we then blend that practical research with academic research? History has been proving us right. You look at sun gazing. When we were growing up, somebody was sick, take them to the sun, we don't know why. We used to do syringe in the milk. Now, medical aids are doing that, but it looked barbaric. How do we then take that traditional medicine and traditional nutrition, marry it into academic nutrition? I think in 10 years' time, if we can start today, if you guys are open to it, Rural Chamber of Commerce, we collaborate with that. In 10 years' time, we can say, this is what tradition has found, and this is what academia has found.
Thank you so much. And we go to our last hand, which was this side.
Thank you. I'm Stembeni. I'm a master's student. I have two questions. The first one is from the perspective of AI-driven diagnostics and genomics surveillance. Most of those models are trained on external populations that often fail our local health and agricultural landscapes. So, aren't we risking a new form of technological bias? by relying on imported AI health models? And from that, what is our roadmap in building localized data or models with sandboxes that we can trust? So. And the second question is, this is all addressed to you all. If all of you had the power to rewrite the evaluation criteria of academic research grants in South Africa, how would you weigh commercial or community core design from day one versus the traditional peer-reviewed publications? Thank you.
Thank you so much for all those questions to the audience. The panel members, I'm not sure who wants to answer which questions. Who will go first?
Thank you for those questions. Maybe to answer Smange's question on pesticides. They are an issue, yes. At the same time, with all this monoculture, large-scale commercial farming to produce our food products, we cannot run away from using pesticides. But at the same time, we, for food crops, non-pesticides, whose degradation can be tracked, are used. And then in terms of the the ideal is stay away from all pesticides and rely on biotechnology, because we can actually, research has shown that we can actually reduce the use of pesticides if we use biotechnology. Maize has been developed such that, we can limit the use of pesticides for the armyworms and other pests. And on the One Health approach and the policies, we have a project which involves several partners. I'm not sure how many partners there are, also involving in South Africa. They are calling it One Food approach, which is looking at One Health aspects, where you are looking at various risks in terms of the safety of the food, the animals, the environment, and all of them, they talk to each other. If the environment is unsafe, then our food becomes unsafe. If our animals are unsafe, they're exposed to things like ARVs. It was a shock for me. First, when I first heard about it, I thought, it's a joke. People are just joking. People have been smoking ARVs to get high, but how can they use it for chickens? But, it's true. If antibiotics can improve their health, then it means people are experimenting, and those experiments are working. So it means that we really need to up our game in terms of assessing the safety of the food that we put on our plate. From the farm to the fork, we really need to. So those are the things that are emerging. So the One Food, the One Health approach. I might not answer the whole of your question, but all those are taking place. In terms of the pesticides, we have, I think we have done some collaborative work with Unisa in terms of testing some pesticides, where they've presented some models and we track if they are still present. For the second questions, which is, I hope I caught your name right, Lelo. Is it Lelo? Yes, where you are talking about traditional nutritionists. We know that food, as long as it is wholesome, it is safe for us. And so how do we blend traditional knowledge and scientific knowledge? This is the branch that I won't go too much into, but there is a Department of Science and Technology, the Indigenous Knowledge Systems, where we are blending traditional medicine, traditional knowledge, in terms of how, we can improve it can make our lives better. Sometimes, the indigenous knowledge holders actually question us when we try and present scientific evidence. Why are you questioning this? This has worked for us for thousands of years, and you just coming here with your recent degree and trying to do research on it. But sometimes I think Charlotte can also attest to it that for you to register something, for you to be regulatory compliant, sometimes you need that raw scientific data. And yeah, I think indigenous knowledge systems can work very well with indigenous, with academics, and we can improve.
Thank you, Dr. Dlamini. Dr. Masleremule will take the next question. Thank you.
Thank you. So the question was the AI-enabled diagnostics and genomics and precision medicine, and whether us relying on imported AI models would send us off in disaster territory. So yes, right to be cautious, absolutely, and this is why I mentioned earlier the fact about our African genetic diversity being a great advantage for us. So we know very well, it's been well documented, I've even studied it myself in my PhD and postdoc, that there's a great genetic determinant to host susceptibility to disease, as well as how you respond to medicines. So I was mentioning it around the concept of using AI tools to discover our own biomarkers of disease, our own diagnostics indicators and reagents that could work for certain contexts, as well as what biological targets that we target with the medications that we will develop, whether chemical or biologics or otherwise. So that's the context there. I absolutely agree with the caution that you're approaching this. And these would have to be iterative exercises for us to generate the type of data that we need to advance in that way. And there are groups that are already doing that. Siri in Stellenbosch, for instance, and there's some work that's been done at UKZN and so on. So we are on top of this, I guess, as a collective. We just need to obviously not only streamline, but also the coordination aspects, and make sure that the data is available, shareable, and people have access to it. And data security is another thing altogether. I will not go into that black hole, so I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Doc. I believe all the questions have been answered, right? Is there some?
The evaluation of grants.
Okay. Prof, do you want to take that?
Okay, I can take that quickly, and then I can maybe pass it on to Dr. So here's the thing, and we are doing this actively, right? And all of us have been, or most of us have been approached to do this, whether it's a new flagship program for the country or something that has existed for 10 plus years. I'm sure you would predict this, would put a certain, a great level of emphasis on whether this is commercially feasible, but not for everyone. So I would evaluate a master's proposal versus a programmatic submission versus a new or emerging principal researcher. I would evaluate those submissions differently. So if it's a Prof. Tutsi, then I have to say, okay, how long has she been in the industry for? She's got many students and principal scientists under her that are supervising students, that's fine, but what's her long-term vision and what is her work leading to? How much has the country invested in her so far, and what has that work produced, and where are we going? So I would evaluate them in different buckets.
Okay. Thank you, Doc. Any more input from you, Dr. Nomusa? We also have an opportunity to take a question online. So to our Muckleneck audience, if you have a question, just one more, you're more than welcome.
Yeah, I know. Thank you for that question again, and how would you evaluate research? For me, although I'm from an applied research where it has to have impact, at the same time we shouldn't limit creativity when it comes to science, because you never know where it will take you. So I would still consider blue sky research. Thank you.
So blue sky research, it is, yes. Any more questions online? Do you know, Program Director? Okay, if not, there was a gentleman who had a hand up this side. I don't know whether you still have a question. We can take that question now. Somebody helping with the mic? Okay, let's try and keep it brief, because I also don't want to be the reason between you and your lunch.
Okay, my name is Sifiso. I'm an adjunct lecturer in geography. My question was based on the fact that biotechnology has always been trying to improve products and also to ensure that the products are in good quality. My question is what innovative ways have biotechnological research developed to improve production, but also ensuring the quality of the product in terms of nutritious food and improve shelf life? Thank you.
Thank you. Sounds like it's coming to you, Dr. Dlamini.
Well, I'll try and answer that one. In terms of improved production, I think I did mention that sometimes you can have actually monitoring as you process your food products. In terms of nutrition, you can actually, we know that, okay, I'll just go to indigenous grains, which are the small grains which are gluten-free, like your sorghum, your rapoko, it's called Ilisin Korakana, or they call it finger millet. I mean, those grains are high in minerals, higher than the traditional grains, which is your maize and your wheat and your rice. In terms of how biotechnology would help in terms of improving nutritional content, you can actually track the genes that are responsible and then grow those varieties. I know in India they are doing some of that research, and I think from the top of my head, that would come to point. I don't know if I'm answering your question. And the shelf life? But the what? The longevity of the products. I think for shelf life, I mentioned things like smart packaging, where you actually have, it might have something to do with biotechnology, it might not have, where you have bioactive components being included in the packaging of a material, improving the shelf life in terms of controlling the oxygen levels, slow release of these bioactive antimicrobial components. Remember, here we're trying to stick to natural, whether they are synthetic, whether they are created, using for biosimilars, where I think that's the science I'm not too familiar with, but I don't know if Charlotte can talk to it.
On the health side, where so health biotechnology, right? So where biotechnology improves, say, production, there are actual examples in South Africa, companies that are working on, for instance, a much more improved way of generating enzymes that help in the production of vaccines. So that's scale, speed, purity. That's what their biotechnology innovation is solving for. That's one example. The others will use lipids from nuts and derived and do derivatives and things like that to generate a drug delivery system. So those types of things are actually happening in South Africa as we speak. We are working with those companies, those researchers, to try and help their product along the product development pipeline towards market.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maseremule, Dr. Dlamini, for those answers. Now I just need one more thing from you guys. I've got a box here, and it needs to be delivered. You need to tell me to who. Yes. Maybe the audience can help us. Who should we give it to? Oh, the audience has voted? Oh, all right. So it goes to Smangele. Smangele, congratulations. With that then, audience, panel members, thank you so much for an engaging session that we've just had. I wish you a good day further. Enjoy your lunch.
Guys, we are not adjourned. Apologies. You still have to listen to me for a couple of minutes and then to Prof. Les. So if you wouldn't mind, would it be possible to just have a quick wrap up and just some quick, just brief points before you guys go to lunch? Is that okay? Wow. Now the pressure. So I think we've had an exceptional 2 days of introducing the catalytic niche areas. 10 of them that was highlighted. We had an exceptional panel discussion in each of those. If I just have to sort of quickly reflect on the ones as we started. Initially, the very first talk was an inspirational one from Prof. Sudesh, talking about African solutions for our African problems, and highlighted the disconnect there is between what the research that's actually being done, along with the end market consumer, where the research actually has impact. And a challenge in the valley of death is what he called it, in terms of actually facilitating the process. What I took from that actually was that he showed a complicated map that reminded me of a train station, of an ecosystem of sorts, or one could say almost like a systems thinking, where all of the dots of the connected system represented a potential challenge. The Prof just mentioned things like the research that's being done, but then there are how it gets to the market, regulations, the issues associated with that, and how all of those things along the value chain of doing the basic research all the way up to the impact that it has at the end, how that basically needs to be connected. Secondly, what I took was from the aviation panel. There was a discussion around the demand or the need in the industry for graduates in the entire aviation industry, that by 2030, actually very soon, there's going to be a requirement of something like 50,000 graduates in the aviation industry. The same issue I noticed, that all along that sort of value chain in creating people in the aviation industry, there's a disconnect in terms of all of the potential, that entire ecosystem, from people that are doing engineering, from people that are pilots, from people that are doing the safety regulations, from people that are doing air traffic. You know, there's an entire value chain that needs to be addressed in order for there to be, for that link from the basics all the way to the end. And also what I noticed from that was the connection between what industry is requiring and also what the university can provide. You know, so there's what I took home from that was that idea of what the need is by industry. There's a communication and an openness in terms of this is what is needed in the industry, and this is actually how there can be collaboration with the university to actually start providing that. In the transport niche area, there was multiple times reiterated the exceptional quality of the graduates that we produce in South Africa. But again, the supply chain issues and how things from converting from internal combustion engines to battery-operated EV-related vehicles, how the switch in terms of a decarbonization of that industry, how agility is required to actually do that switch. And even there was a common thread that was again highlighted in this latest one that spoke about the combined effort that all of us need to have a common vision and a common ideal to ensure that, you know, the scientists, not only the scientists, the science, the industry is agile and ready. There's there's exceptional graduates, and there's the ability of the market basically to respond quickly, whether we want to operate internal combustion engines at a plant or whether we're making batteries. It can be done in the same plant. It's having this combined common vision in terms of ensuring that we are able to merge the two challenges that exist in that niche area, in that industry. When it came to energy, similar discussion was actually had, where the gentleman that was from the platinum industry, which was quite an interesting analogy in the sense of there being a catalyst, a platinum being used for catalysis, how the name of the catalytic niche areas are particularly associated, and how that's being not internalized, localized in terms of beneficiation through local producers that can actually add value to the raw materials, but requiring a combined effort because there was a challenge mentioned of accessibility even to the local industry of getting access to raw materials. Again, highlighting that common thread of the ecosystem is not providing all of the requirements to actually ensure that things are moving all the way from the base research to the end point where it's needed. Today, we had two niche areas discussion in our, so I don't think I have to recap the latest one, unless you want me to. No, how are we doing for the other? Oh, apologies. I think I can end because I was just trying to buy time. So I think let me hand over. Let me hand over to Gillian on that side. I'm sorry for wasting your time at the last bit.
No, thank you, Warren. Thank you for summarizing some of the activities that you were exposed to on the other side. And just briefly, colleagues, the guys in Florida, allow me to just quickly introduce Professor Les Labashkachny, Executive Director, Research, Innovation and Commercialization, and I invite him now to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, colleagues. And I think yesterday Professor Ngwepe started and said that in Africa we start with apologies. And I think we also end with apologies. Technology really wasn't on our side today, and even yesterday we were experiencing some problems. But nevertheless, program directors, the principal and vice chancellor in absentia, the acting vice principal, research, postgraduate studies, innovation and commercialization in absentia, distinguished keynote speakers, session chairs, panelists, industry leaders, government representatives and research partners, colleagues, students, and honored guests. Good afternoon. As we bring the symposium to a close, it is my privilege to extend our sincere appreciation to everyone who contributed to the 2026 Unisa Catalytic Niche Area Research Symposium. Over the past 2 days, we have witnessed the power of ideas, the value of collaboration, and the transformative role that research plays in shaping a better future. Through thought-provoking keynote addresses, stimulating panel discussions, and rich interdisciplinary engagements, we have explored some of the most pressing challenges facing South Africa, the African continent, and the global community. Together, we have demonstrated that research is not merely an academic pursuit, but a catalyst for meaningful change and societal advancement. Our deepest appreciation goes to our keynote speakers and distinguished panelists. Professor Sivarasu, for sharing your strategy for problem solving. Dr. Luruli, for providing an overview of the national strategy and the support that is available to UNISA. Dr. Mostert, for a fresh and entertaining take on thinking. Thank you for sharing your expertise, your insights, and most importantly, your vision. Your contributions have challenged us to think differently, collaborate more intentionally, and embrace innovation as we pursue solutions to complex societal challenges. To our session chairs, thank you for guiding robust and meaningful discussions. Your leadership ensured that conversations remain focused, engaging, and productive, while creating a space for diverse perspectives and constructive debate. We are especially grateful to our strategic partners from government, industry, civil society, and the broader research ecosystem. Your presence has reinforced the importance of collaboration beyond institutional boundaries. Meaningful societal impact can only be achieved when knowledge creation is connected to practice, policy, and people. Thank you for walking this journey with us. To the many researchers, academics, and postgraduate students who participated, thank you for your commitment to excellence. Your questions and contributions have demonstrated the depth of scholarship that exists within our institution and among our partners. Our sincere appreciation is also extended to the leadership of the UNISA's portfolio of research, postgraduate studies, innovation, and commercialization, and to the College of Graduate Studies for their support in advancing the Catalytic Niche Area Symposium. Behind every successful event is a dedicated team whose work often happens out of sight. To the organizing committee, events management team, communication and marketing team, technical and multimedia teams, protocol officers, administrative support staff, and all service providers, thank you for your service. As I conclude, let us remember that the true success of the symposium will not be measured solely by the conversations we have had, but by the collaborations we build, the partnerships we strengthen, and the actions we take after leaving this venue. Let us continue to transform catalytic thinking into impactful outcomes that advance research excellence and create lasting societal benefits. I also want to thank our two excellent program directors, Dr. Gillian Arendse here on Makelniak and Dr. Warren Hubert on the Florida campus. I think they had their work cut out for the last 2 days. On behalf of the organizing team and the University of South Africa, thank you for your participation, your commitment, and your contribution to making this symposium an outstanding success. We wish you safe travels and every success in your future research endeavors. Thank you.
All right, colleagues, that just brings the end. And again, from my side, to my partner in crime at Florida, Warren, if you're there, if you have a final word.
Yes, I just want to say thank you very much, Gillian, and thanks from the Science Campus here in Florida.
Great, fantastic, great having you. And again, colleagues, we were brought together to think about these 10 areas, and we hope that these conversations will inspire new partnerships, new research initiatives, new solutions to society's many, many, many problems. Thank you for being here. If you drive, do drive safely. If you walk, those of us with cars will wave at you as we drive past you. You are now invited to enjoy lunch on us, so enjoy lunch and then enjoy the rest of your day.